नमस्कार। सभी को वाइल्ड लाइफ वीक की बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। हमारे देश में लंबे समय से राष्ट्रपिता महात्मा गांधी जी की जयंती से लेकर के
हेलो। ये ना डू नॉट डिस्टर्ब आवर वर्किंग ऑन फुल स्क्रीन एप्लीकेशन।
वाईफाई नहीं चल रहा, इसमें बाहर जाके चेक कर रहा हूँ नीचे में।
क्या नहीं दिया?
जो लिंक लिया था ना तुमने,
वही वाला है क्या? बस
वही है, वही है। डाउनलोड तो लगा रखा है। हाँ, लूप लूप में। हाँ, क्योंकि वो कुछ फाइल बहुत ज़्यादा है, जो डाउनलोड होता है वो पता है। मुझे इतना है ना, जरूरत तो नहीं है।
पेन ड्राइव नहीं है मेरे पास।
नहीं पेन ड्राइव में होता है।
अच्छा अच्छा सर, ये तो पीपीटी वाली है। यहाँ पूछो किसी से।
पीपीटी तो 1 मिनट
अरे
में
बाहर ही
हम
डाउनलोड
कॉपी
कर
कर
देते
लेंगे।
हैं।
हाँ,
अरे बाहर डाउनलोड कर देते हैं, ज़्यादा देर
लिंक दे वही कर लेंगे।
लिंक है ना, हाँ ठीक है, ठीक है। सुरभि, वो मैम ने जो आला किसी को दिया है, ऋषि मैम को, वो है क्या? और तुमने लिस्ट किसको दिया है चेक करने के लिए? ऋतु, यू चेकिंग ना, एंड यू हैव टू टेल मी कौन कौन है। वो प्रिंट आउट किसको दिया है? सम्राट करवा रहा है।
जाएगा ना ऑटोमेटिक वहाँ चला जाएगा। ठीक है ये हम पे आ गया।
नहीं
तो लाइव हो गया कनाल जो स्टेज पे दिख रहे हैं मेन चमक रहे हैं।
ये पीपीटी का है।
इनके जैसी है ना ये जैसी ये है इसको थोड़ा ये कर लेना।
बस वो तो कर लेंगे।
थैंक यू सो मच। ठीक 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 थैंक यू। ये हमारे सबके नाम लिखो किसी से बोलेंगे खुद ही लिखे कर स्माइल आ गई ऊपर चमक रहा है।
बताइए सबको पूरे
ये चल रहा है ना।
इसको नहीं
अभी लाइव मत करिए।
नहीं तो है ही
हैं? अरे क्या है यार छोड़ो ना क्या लगा।
अब एक मिनट रुक जाओ। एक तो किसी को देना हमारे क्योंकि क्या वो हाँ वो मैंने स्पेशली किया ना उसको। एक मिनट अब मुझे याद एक मिनट बता।
इसमें देखो आपने दिनेश जी ये लीजिए।
ऐसे लगा लो इसको। यहाँ से नहीं हो सकता।
सुनो ये है नहीं मेरा है मैं नहीं लगाऊंगा।
morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I request you all to kindly take your seats. We'll begin the program soon. Welcome everyone. I request you all to kindly take your seats. We'll start the program soon. We'll soon start the program, so I request you all to kindly take your seats. Our chief guest is arriving soon. We're all here today to celebrate the Wildlife Week. So I request you all at the back, kindly take your seat, please. We're celebrating our Wildlife Week, which has been the cornerstone for raising awareness about conservation in our country. And this year's theme emphasizes conservation through coexistence. So we'll soon be celebrating all the efforts made by different parts of the society as well.
ये सामने लेफ्ट वाइट जेल जाएगी।
हाँ बहुत तेज मैंने देखा ना, मैंने इंटेंसिटी रखी हुई ताकि आंखों में लग रही इतनी सही है,
बस बस बस।
वो मैं कर लिया।
So while we wait for our chief guest to arrive, we are celebrating this week's Wildlife Week with the theme of conservation through coexistence, where human development and wildlife conservation work in harmony. So through this week's events, workshops, and a lot of programs, we aim to inspire everyone from policymakers to school children to be stewards of our environment. So all of us are here today because we have a passion and we all believe in wildlife conservation and that it betters our life in some manner. So I think we're all excited for the program, looking forward to all of us celebrating the Wildlife Week. So we'll just wait a little bit for our guests to arrive and then we'll start the program. So I request you all to be kindly seated. And it's our honor that our chief guest, Sri Jitendra Kumar, Director General of Forests and Special Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, is amongst us now. It gives me immense pleasure and great honor to welcome all of you for the Wildlife Week Celebration 2024 program on behalf of the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change at this magnificent campus of the Wildlife Institute of India. May I now please invite Shri Jitendra Kumar, Director General of Forest and Special Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, onto the dais, please. I request Shri Subhash Chandra, Chief Executive Officer, National Camp Authority, to kindly come onto the dais as well. I now request Dr. Rajesh Gopal, Chairman, Training, Research and Academic Council, Wildlife Institute of India, to kindly come onto the stage. We also have with us Shri Sushil Kumar Avasthi, Additional Director General of Forests, Ministry of Environment, Forests and Climate Change, and I welcome him to the dais as well. I now call upon Shri Virendra Tiwari, Director, Wildlife Institute of India, to come on to the dais. May I now request Shri Ramesh Pandey, Inspector General of Forests, Project Tiger and Elephant, to please come on to the dais. I would now like to welcome Shri Raghu Prasad, Inspector General of Forests, Wildlife, Ministry of Environment, Forests and Climate Change, onto the dais. I now invite our Dean, Dr. Ruchi Badola, to kindly come on to the dais. Thank you. In our culture, lighting the lamp is a symbolic act representing the dispelling of darkness and the spreading of knowledge, wisdom, and hope. As we light this lamp, let it serve as a reminder of our shared purpose, the pursuit of enlightenment, and the collective spirit that brings us together to work for a brighter future. Taking this forward, may I now request the dignitaries on the dais to kindly come forward and grace the program by lighting the lamp to represent the beginning of our program. I now request our director, Shri Virendra Tiwari, to kindly felicitate our chief guest for today, Shri Jitendra Kumar, Director General of Forests and Special Secretary, with a plant, a memento and a shot. Thank you, sir. I also request our director to kindly welcome Sri Subhash Chandra, Chief Executive Officer, National Campa Authority, Ministry of Environment, Forests and Climate Change. I request our director to felicitate Dr. Rajesh Gopal, Chairman, Training, Research and Academic Council, Wildlife Institute of India. We now have with us Srimati Shashi Shalini, Chief Postmaster General, Uttarakhand Circle. Ma'am, I request you to kindly come onto the dais. Thank you. I request our Dean, Dr. Ruchi Badola, to welcome Shri Sushil Kumar Avasthi, Additional Director General of Forests and Director Wildlife Preservation, Ministry of Environment, Forests and Climate Change. I request Deputy Inspector General of Forests, Sri Rakesh Jaganya, to welcome our Director, Sri Virendra Tiwari. I request our Dean to felicitate Srimati Shashi Shalini, Chief Postmaster General. Thank you, ma'am. I now request our Registrar, Dr. S. Satyakumar, to welcome Sri Ramesh Pandey, Inspector General of Forests, Project Tiger and Elephant. I request our Research Coordinator, Dr. Bivash Pandav, to welcome Sri Raghu Prasad, Inspector General of Forests, Wildlife, Ministry of Environment, Forests and Climate Change. I request our Research Coordinator, Dr. Bivash Pandav, to welcome our Dean, Dr. Ruchi Badola. Thank you, sir. I now request our Director, Sri Virendra Tiwari, to deliver his welcome address.
So very good morning to all of you. Chief guest of today's function, Shri Jitendra Kumar Sir, DGF and Special Secretary, MOFCC, CEO, National Campa, Shri Subhash Chandra Ji, Track Chairman, Dr. Rajesh Gopal Ji, Additional Director General of Forest, Wildlife, Shri Sushil Kumar Avasthi Ji, Chief Postmaster General, Srimati Shashi Shalini Kujur Ji, all other dignitaries on the dais, distinguished guests, head of institutions, all members of track committee, retired directors and scientists of WII, all chief wildlife wardens and their representatives, senior forest officers from various states, the registrar, and all faculty members, all winners of various prizes of national level competition which was held during this period, all forest department staff and community representatives who will be felicitated here today for their contribution towards wildlife conservation, faculty from IGNFA and CASFOS, IFS and State Forest Service probationers from IGNFA and CASFOS respectively, all our researchers and students and representative of media. I welcome you all to WII and wish you on occasion of Wildlife Week. Firstly, I would like to thank Ministry for giving this opportunity to Wildlife Institute for hosting this national level wildlife celebration event. WII is constantly working towards creating a trained pool of forest officers, experts in wildlife management for last 4 decades. We had been producing specialists in wildlife science through our MSc Wildlife Science program, which is our flagship program. There is no other institute in this country like Wildlife Institute, not only in this country, but I would say Southeast Asia or even world. We are carrying out applied research in wildlife management and supporting MOFCC, NTCA, as well as the state governments through our scientific advisory. Recently, Wildlife Institute of India had been accredited with 4-star rating by Capacity Building Commission. I am very happy to let you know that there are only 4 institutions in country which have been rated 4-star. And WII is not only one among them, but also the topmost. Yesterday we held Chief Wildlife Wardens meeting, which was chaired by ADG Wildlife, and we discussed various issues concerning wildlife management in the states, including the training need analysis, MEE, as well as issues related to invasive species. Today, we are going to release my stamp and also a special cover on this occasion. Our 35th annual research seminar is also going to commence from today. It's a 2-day annual seminar in which we showcase our work to everyone, including the funding agency, Government of India, state government, and even the representative from media. I congratulate in advance all the prize winners in various categories of the competition held during this national event. I also congratulate the forest staff and the community representative who are going to be felicitated today. We are very proud that WI is contributing towards wildlife conservation, and I assure MOEFCC that we will continue to support the government in the best possible way, best to our capabilities. With these words, I take your leave. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening us regarding those exemplary progress and updates. I now request Sri Sushil Kumar Avasthi, Additional Director General Wildlife, and Director Wildlife Preservation, Ministry of Environment, Forests and Climate Change, to deliver his address.
Thank you, Vishnu. Respected DGF and Special Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Forest, Government of India. Distinguished people on the dais and off the dais. I also see a lot of my old probationers sitting there who are probably undergoing the wildlife diploma, always a source of happiness meeting them. I see the faculty members and the scientific community gathering here for the celebration of Wildlife Week. I consider it as a very proud privilege to be speaking here. As you know, this 1-hour program is specially dedicated to celebrate or to have a national level program in the Wildlife Week. The Wildlife Week, as you know, only 4 days have passed, and there have been very significant achievements or significant activities which have already happened, which will be showcased before all of you here. But before I do that, I'll also do kind of introduction of the theme, which is for this particular week. The theme has been taken very aptly, wildlife conservation through coexistence. This theme is a very essential concept also in dealing with the wildlife problems which are happening before us or which are kind of posing a challenge before us. Yesterday in the CWLW conference also, we have been discussing a lot about this, and almost every speaker, we had around 15 to 20 states, every speaker from the state had a concern related to this. We are a country who have taken wildlife conservation very, very seriously. And that's why we have been able to maintain our status of the mega diverse country in this world. I'll also take a minute to briefly apprise you about the achievements of our country, which is led by the Ministry of Environment and Forests in the field of wildlife conservation in last 10 years. If you see in 2014, the number of protected areas in our country was 745. And in almost 10 years' time, in July 23, the number went up to 1,022. And this covers around 5.28% of our geographical area. We have adopted management practices which have led to improvement of habitat quality, and that's why it has resulted in increase in number of the species which were considered very threatened or very endangered. If I name a few, the Asiatic loin population, which was 411 in 2010, gone up to 674 in 2020. The tigers, as you know, was a major point of concern, a major area of concern. In 2010, the number was only 1,700. In 13 years' time, we could achieve 3,682. Very recently, snow leopard population assessment was conducted. The report was published this year only, and we have around 718 snow leopards in our country. The river dolphin, the report is still to come, but a very extensive survey has been conducted thanks to WI and thanks to Vishnu, which is standing right here. Some 8,000 kilometers of river length has been surveyed, which spans around 8 states. And it took around 2 years. From November 21 to March 23, the entire length of river and dolphin was surveyed. We also amended our Wildlife Protection Act to incorporate the various provisions of CITES to which India is a signatory. We also have a nationwide program which is called the Development of Wildlife Habitat, which takes care of critically endangered species. We recently added 5 more species to the list, which are snow leopard, Asiatic lion, the great Indian bustard, vultures, and marine turtles. Project Dolphin was announced in 2020 by the Honorable Prime Minister we prepared a comprehensive action plan and which we've already started implementing. This is for 25 years. SWC, as I mentioned, which becomes a major theme also of this week, the ministry has prepared national level mitigation strategy and action plan, and we have targeted around 10 species which are causing a lot of problems. Coming to the theme, India has many successful examples which have been led by local communities. And today is the time when we have to empower those communities. We have to take forward those examples to all the areas of the country if we want to actually deal with this problem. So on this day, I would urge all of you to take a collective commitment and to embrace the concept of coexistence. If we truly accept that concept, definitely it is going to make a lot of difference. I would also make a mention of the ARS, which is coming right after this program, probably at 11, which is the annual research seminar, which is being conducted by WI. I think a lot of people from scientific community would be presenting what has been done in this area. We always look forward to this annual research seminar. So I think this is also a very important occasion for all of us. So in the end, I wish all of you a very meaningful and inspiring Wildlife Week and wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for giving us that insight on all the conservation efforts that are going on currently. The states across the country have also been taking up activities as part of the Wildlife Week celebrations. We would like to bring a glimpse of the efforts made by the states through a short video. While there were many more activities, due to the paucity of time, we are unable to showcase it. So we congratulate all the state forest departments for their unwavering dedication and remarkable efforts during the Wildlife Week. Similarly, we also have a video depicting the efforts carried out during Wildlife Week by the institutes under the Ministry of Environment, Forests and Climate Change. Thank you. As part of the Wildlife Week celebrations and to generate awareness amongst the citizens regarding conservation and wildlife, the MOFCC through the Central Zoo Authority organized a national level photography and short film competition on the theme Wildlife Conservation Through Coexistence. We will now felicitate the winners of these competitions. So I now request the dignitaries to kindly come forward for the felicitation. And may I request Shri Jitendra Kumar, Director General of Forests, and Special Secretary to kindly honor the winners with a certificate and memento. So I request all of you to please kindly step forward. There were 4 categories of entries received for the photography competition. The first category was human-wildlife coexistence. The first prize goes to Rupak Ghosh Dastidar. The second prize goes to Shobit Tiwari. Some of them could not make it due to the paucity of time, so we'll felicitate those who are here currently. So the third prize in this theme goes to Priyanka Meena. The second category was urban wildlife. The first prize goes to Abhishek Satam. The second prize goes to Pratik Chorge. Thank you. And the third prize in this category of urban wildlife goes to Dipansh Mishra. The third category was conservation success stories. And the first prize goes to Vardraj SP. Okay. So this is Priyanka Meena, who won the photography award in the first category. And in the third category, the second prize goes to Kishore Das. The third prize goes to Nishant Andrews. The fourth and final category was wild animal portraits. The first prize goes to Sudhanshu Tiwari. The second prize goes to Vaibhav Mahesh Gupta. And the third prize this is Vaibhav, who has taken this picture. And the third prize goes to Rahul Khadiwala. The next was the short film categories. The first category, there were two categories. The first category was human-wildlife coexistence. The first prize goes to Sayan Sinha. The second prize goes to our director, Kaziranga National Park. And the third prize goes to Eureka Apta. I think Eureka is here. The short films are being played on the screen outside, so you'll be able to view them as well. The second category was conservation success stories. The first prize goes to Trishala Ashok. The second prize goes to Aruna Barua. And the third prize goes to Ravindra Kumar Khanna. In an innovative twist, the ministry through the Indira Gandhi Forest Academy and Dehradun and the, oh, I'm so sorry. So, Ravindra Kumar Khanna from the short films category. So as I was saying that in an innovative twist, the ministry through the Indira Gandhi National Forest Academy, Dehradun, and Indian Institute of Forest Management, Bhopal had organized hackathon events. So in the event organized by the Indian Institute of Forest Management, the first prize goes to Varian Walter Crasto. The second prize goes to Aditi Agarwal. And the third prize goes to Divya Solanki. Aditi, and then Divya. In the event organized by the Indira Gandhi National Forest Academy, the first prize goes to the team comprising of Akash Verma, Amrendra Singh, and Ashutosh Gupta. Yes. तीन है. Go. You'll. There is ahead also. There. The second prize goes to the Central Academy for State Forest Service, Dehradun, comprising of Ajay Chaudhary, Karanveer Kaur, and Sumesh Balan. So, Ajay Chaudhary, Karanveer Kaur, and Sumesh Balan. The third prize also goes to Central Academy for State Forest Service, Dehradun. Team comprising of Yogesh Kumar, Santosh Meena, and Ravi Kumar. Thank you. We have with us the winner of one of the photography competitions, Shri Nishant Andrews. His mother is representing him, so we invite her onto the dais to receive the prize on his behalf. Thank you. The next category is the painting competition, which was held throughout all the states. The first prize goes to Ragini Dhruv from Chhattisgarh. The second prize goes to Aditi from Haryana. And the third prize goes to Seram Jeraj Mete from Manipur. And there was a consolation prize awarded to Ayana Jose from Kerala as well. In course of celebration of the Wildlife Week, we are honoring our forest staff who are stewards of nature. Their hard work ensures a future where humans and wildlife can thrive in harmony, and we are deeply grateful for their continued service to this vital cause. I now call the forest staff who have been nominated by the states for their dedicated and exemplary efforts towards wildlife conservation. From Goa, we have Shri Akshay Gons, Round Forester. Yeah, read it. From Rajasthan, Shri Dwarka Prasad Sharma. From Uttarakhand, Shri Shantan Singh Negi. From Manipur, Shri Angam Kamurang. From UP, Dr. Daksh Gangavar, Dr. Durgesh Nandan, and Dr. Jagat Singh Rana. Shri Vinod Kumar Rajput. From Haryana, Shri Pradeep Rathi. From Gujarat, Shri S.R. Prajapati. From Gujarat, Shri S.R. Prajapati, Shri I.A. Dangar, and Shri V.O. Sheikh. From Punjab, Shri Shatinder Pal Singh. From Chhattisgarh, Shri Manmohan Singh Raj. So I'll just read out the names again. From Goa, Shri Akshay Gons, Round Forester. From Rajasthan, Shri Dwarka Prasad Sharma. From Uttarakhand, Shri Shantan Singh Negi. From Manipur, Shri Angam Kamurang. From UP, Dr. Daksh Gangavar. From UP again, Dr. Durgesh Nandan, Dr. Jagat Singh Rana, and Shri Vinod Kumar Rajput. From Haryana, Shri Pradeep Rathi. And from Gujarat, Shri S.R. Prajapati, Shri I.A. Dangar, and Shri V.O. Sheikh. From Punjab, Shri Satinder Pal Singh. From UP, Shri Jagat Singh Rana. Chhattisgarh. And from Chhattisgarh, Shri Manmohan Singh Raj. The ministry also recognizes community stewards as they play a crucial role in safeguarding our natural heritage, acting as the bridge between conservation efforts and local communities. Their deep-rooted connection to the land and their active participation in protecting ecosystems and wildlife ensure that conservation initiatives are sustainable and inclusive. We commend their dedication and collective wisdom, which strengthen the fabric of environmental stewardship for future generations. I now call upon community representatives nominated by the states for their unwavering dedication to be honored upon by our chief guest. From Rajasthan, Shri Khuman Singh. From Uttarakhand, Shri Keshar Singh. From Manipur, Shri Kashung Tennyson. From Shimla, Shri Liakram. From Haryana, Shri Vinod Katsara. From Gujarat, Shri Ajit Singh Goel. And from Punjab, Shri Amarjeet Singh. So, I'll just repeat that again. From Rajasthan, Shri Khuman Singh. From Manipur, Shri Kashung Tennyson. Please, yes. Yes. From Manipur, Shri Kashung Tennyson. From Punjab, Shri Amarjeet Singh. Shri Amarjeet Singh from Punjab. From Haryana, Shri Vinod Katsara. From Himachal, Shri Liakram. We have Ganga Prahris, Rajkumar Sharma and Krishna Kevat. Shri Rajkumar Sharma and Krishna Kevat. It is now our honor to felicitate a distinguished scientist who is soon to retire. Professor Qamar Qureshi, Senior Professor and Scientist at the Wildlife Institute of India, is a distinguished authority in wildlife research, education and conservation. With an MSc and MPhil in wildlife science from Aligarh Muslim University, he has made significant contributions to landscape ecology, population dynamics, and species conservation, particularly of large carnivores and ungulates across South Asia. He has been the architect of the All India Tiger Monitoring Program that is now globally lauded. A statistical guru, his work has been pivotal in the reintroduction of several endangered species such as tigers, rhino, gaur, and elephant, cheetah. Professor Qureshi has authored over 175 research papers, supervised more than 30 PhD candidates, and guided more than 100 master's dissertations. Leaving a profound impact on wildlife education, he has been recognized with prestigious awards. And as an advisor to national conservation bodies, his expertise continues to shape wildlife management and conservation strategies, both nationally and internationally. For his dedication and lifetime service to wildlife conservation, Professor Qamar Qureshi. Thank you, sir. We will now proceed with the next agenda on the item. This is the release of several publications. The first release is a customized stamp. A customized My Stamp is a personalized sheet of postage stamps wherein the corporate organization and institution can get their customized sheets printed from India Post. This stamp commemorates the National Wildlife Week celebration from 2nd to 8th October, which promotes wildlife conservation and coincides with Mahatma Gandhi's birth anniversary. This My Stamp can also be used as a postage stamp. So I now invite the dignitaries on the dais to kindly come forward for the release. I also invite Dr. K. Ramesh, Dr. C. Ramesh, coordinators of the EICP Center, along with EICP personnel, onto the dais for the release. And I also call Dr. Vivek Sarkar, who designed the stamp. I request General, along with the Post General and other dignitaries, to release the stamp. Similarly, the next publication is the release of the cover, special cover. Department of Post India issues covers and cancellation without a new stamp. Such a new is known as special cover. Any postage stamp in the denomination of local postal rate can be affixed on the right top corner of the special cover. Special cover with a special postmark is released to commemorate important events such as Silver Golden Jubilee celebrations of any organization or institution. This special cover is being released to commemorate the special occasion of the National Wildlife Week. I now request other dignitaries on the dais to kindly release this. So the special cover as well. So the special cover has been also designed with India's national symbols of biodiversity, the banyan tree, the lotus, Indian peafowl, and the Bengal tiger, emphasizing the nation's commitment to wildlife conservation. Thank you, ma'am. I request you all to kindly stay there because we have 2 more releases. The next publication for release is the Atlas of Riverscape, a series that is being planned, that first of which is the Kaveri River Basin. I once again request the dignitaries to kindly release the annotated atlas. I request the AICP coordinators to kindly be on stage. The next publication for release is the Compendium on Natural and Mixed Heritage Sites of Asia and the Pacific region. This compendium serves as a comprehensive resource for understanding and learning about these sites, covering their location, a comprehensive map, ecosystems, species, challenges, and management strategies. Now I would like to request the authors who are present here, Dr. Gautam Talukdar, Dr. Anukul Nath, and Dr. Vivek Sarkar onto the dais. And I request the dignitaries to kindly release the publication. Thank you. May I now invite Shri Jitendra Kumar, Director General of Forest and Special Secretary, for his remarks.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, colleagues from the ministry, Chief Wildlife Warden from the states, other officers from the states, students, researchers of the Wildlife Institute, all the participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to convey that I really feel privileged to be in the campus of an institute, of Wildlife Institute of India, which is a leading premier institute in the country in the subject of wildlife research, wildlife habitat management, wildlife conservation, and certainly this institute is also unique in the world. We all of us, we all forest officers, we all in the forest family, we feel proud of this institute. Secondly, I also feel privileged to be here with all of you, where I feel the best of talent in the subject of forest that we are here. We are here to celebrate the Wildlife Week. I really feel so happy. Besides that, हमें ये बताया गया कि यहाँ पे more than 600 students and researchers मौजूद हैं. Really, it's something, a great happiness for all of us that we are going to add more than 600 leaders, green leaders for wildlife preservation in the country. They are going to be great assets for all of us, for the country, for the society, for the wildlife, for the forest. Then at the outset, on behalf of the ministry, I would like to place on record appreciation for the Postmaster General who is here with us. I think Chief Postmaster General, thank you, sorry. And that I would like to convey thanks to her for arranging, for support given for the release of a stamp in favor of wildlife subjects. This is really something encouraging. Madam, your support will certainly motivate all we forest officers for better performance. Then, as we all know that our country is blessed with a rich forest cover, full of biodiversity. We are one among the top 10 countries of the world in terms of extent of the forest cover. And recently, when the World Forestry Report was released, I also could come to know that India is one among the top 3 countries in the world recording increase in forest cover over the past many years. I can say that this is all because of the collective efforts. This is not only because of we government officers or the government agencies. This is possible because of the collective efforts of all we government officers, government agencies, non-government organizations, even business sector, village level institutions, academic institutions, research institutions, technical institutions, experts and all stakeholders. Through collective efforts, we have been able to maintain such a healthy forest cover in the country. In the ministry also, we are trying our best to further enrich and support the states for scientific management of the forest. Recently, as we all know that on 5th of June this year, we launched a unique tree plantation campaign, Ek Ped Maa Ke Naam. This was really something unique, I can say, in the world. And in the ministry, after consulting the states, collectively we decided the target of planting 80 crore seedlings by September. And I'm happy to share with you that we achieved this target much in advance. This, I can say, a great success for all we forest officers. And this again was possible because of we working in the ministry and the officers working in the states. It's all, even other ministries also, they have put efforts, they have put great efforts, and we have been able to achieve the target. And the target for March is about 140 crore, that also we shall be able to achieve. This carbon sequestration target, that also we have conveyed, our country has conveyed under NDC to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. The target, that is 2.5 to 3 billion ton additional carbon sequestration by 2030, and we are all quite hopeful that this target also will achieve much before the time. So this, I can say that certainly we, all the officers, collectively, we are doing the best for forest management, for forest conservation, for forest enrichment, including that wildlife habitats. I have been informed that we have more than 1,000 protected areas covering about more than 5.5% of the total geographical area of the country. Wildlife Institute of India has introduced wildlife information system, and that helps us a lot in formulation of the best strategies to address the critical issues in the wildlife sector. We have Wildlife Crime Control Bureau that is also working efficiently in checking the crime and taking further necessary action related to the subject. Recently that we are listening the news, even I have been informed that in the campus of the Wildlife Institute of India also leopards, they are sighted. Although here we could not observe any that serious nature of the conflict, but across the country we are getting the information. And I would like to inform you that the ministry has shared guidelines, various guidelines how to address such conflict situations, and that states also they are working as per the guidelines to minimize, even to avoid human-wildlife conflict. MISTI, another scheme we have launched to conserve the mangroves. These mangroves are also habitats of aquatic fauna. When we come to the wildlife management, certainly I can say that probably our performance is much better. Project Tiger is certainly a great success. Project Lion is also success. Project Dolphin, Project Elephant, we have done the best. And we all feel proud in successfully translocating, reintroducing cheetah in our country. That program is going successfully, and we shall be able to achieve even more that what we have envisaged. Only a few days back I attended a workshop, I attended a program on the wetland. Wetlands also are important for us. Wetlands are connected not only to us, wetlands are connected also to the wildlife. Wetlands provide multiple benefits, and wetlands also we have been able to manage, we have been able to maintain the quality of the wetlands to a large extent. We have been able to designate about 85 wetlands, what we call Ramsar sites, as wetlands of global importance. So this is something, again, we all feel proud in the country, and we are waiting for the day when we achieve the century, we achieve designation of 100 wetlands as Ramsar sites in the country. I have been informed that after this program we are going to have a research seminar, and certainly in the wildlife research, in the issue of wildlife research, we shall be able to come up with the best of suggestions after this seminar. The theme that we have this year, wildlife conservation through coexistence. That's really true. In fact, since ages, traditionally we in India have been living very close with the nature. The concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is known. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, this concept not only covers us, but it covers all. It covers the nature, the wildlife, trees, birds and all. ये सब हमारे लिए जरूरी है, और हम तो हर तरह के वृक्ष की भी पूजा करते आए हैं, इवन तालाब की पूजा करते आए हैं, नदी की पूजा करते आए हैं. So traditionally we have been living closely with the nature. We have been getting livelihood support also, and we have been protecting the nature also. So we have been doing that only with the changing times, because challenges have emerged. So we are working how to best address those challenges, how to meet those challenges, so that we do the best and we give the best of performance in conserving the wildlife habitats. in maintaining healthy forest cover in the country and also maintaining a neat, clean and a green, clean and healthy environment across the nation. Wildlife Week celebration which is going on, and it has been organized in the states. When I was in the states, I also have been doing. It has been organized by the various institutions of the ministry and other institutions. Even the territorial army also, I have been informed, they also have organized. So this Wildlife Week celebration has been organized. It is being organized all across the country with the objective that to create awareness, to generate more awareness, and certainly I am quite confident that we shall be able to achieve what we expect from the Wildlife Week celebration. I wish all of you all the best on the occasion of Wildlife Week celebration. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for those inspiring words and emphasizing on the importance of collective efforts for moving towards successful conservation. We now have a message from our Honorable Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Shri Bhupender Yadav, on the occasion of Wildlife Week.
नमस्कार, सभी को वाइल्ड लाइफ वीक की बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। हमारे देश में लंबे समय से राष्ट्रपिता महात्मा गांधी जी की जयंती से लेकर के पूरा एक सप्ताह हम लोग वाइल्ड लाइफ वीक के लिए समर्पित करते हैं। गांधी जी का जीवन प्रेम, सहृदयता, सहिष्णुता, सामुदायिकता, समावेशिता के आधार पे उन्होंने जीवन को जिया और जीवन के मूल्यों को न केवल उन्होंने स्वयं आत्मसात किया बल्कि समाज जीवन में उसका कैसे प्रभाव हो सकता है उसको भी गांधी जी ने अपने जीवन में बताया। ये जो वाइल्ड लाइफ वीक हम लोग हर हफ्ते गांधी जी की जयंती से प्रारंभ करके एक हफ्ते तक करते हैं, इसका उद्देश्य है कि वन्य प्राणियों के साथ, प्रकृति और इस चराचर जगत के साथ हम को एग्जिस्टेंस से किस प्रकार से रह सकते हैं उसको आगे बढ़ाने का विषय है। लगातार विकास और प्रगति के दौर में कई हमारे पक्षी और जीव एंडेंजर्ड हो गए हैं। उनको बचाए रखने के लिए हम लगातार कई प्रोजेक्ट पे काम कर रहे हैं। इस देश ने टाइगर कंजर्वेशन के 50 साल पूरे किए हैं। टाइगर कंजर्वेशन के साथ प्रोजेक्ट लॉयन और हाल ही में प्रोजेक्ट चीता भी माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में हमने आगे बढ़ाया है। लेकिन अगर पक्षियों के रूप में देखें तो अमूर फाल्कन, वल्चर ऐसे पक्षी हैं, ग्रेट इंडियन बस्टर्ड, जिनके बारे में जागरूकता बढ़ाना, जिनको बचाया जाना आवश्यक है। प्रोजेक्ट एलिफेंट भी लगातार वन क्षेत्रों, खदानों के कारण जो एलिफेंट के रास्ते बदल रहे हैं उनको सुरक्षित रखते हुए उनके साफ पैसेजेस को देने के लिए हम लोग लगातार काम कर रहे हैं। वन्य जीवियों का, वन्य प्राणियों का, वन संरक्षण का सब जगह बहुत महत्व रहता है और इसलिए इस पूरे वाइल्ड लाइफ वीक के अंतर्गत हम लोग न केवल अपने टाइगर रिजर्व जो आज जिनकी संख्या 55 हो गई हैं उनको प्रमोट करने का, उनको संरक्षित करने का, उनके जागरण का काम कर रहे हैं। हम लोग ये प्रतिबद्धता भी जाहिर कर रहे हैं कि देश के जो 600 नेशनल पार्क है, जो हमारी धरोहर है, उनको भी आगे बढ़ाया जाए। एक जो सबसे बड़ा काम हमारे वेटलैंड्स हैं और पिछले 10 सालों में प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में एक बड़ा कार्य हुआ है। आज हमारे 84 रामासर साइट्स हो गए हैं। उन रामासर साइट्स को बचा करके हम माइग्रेटरी पक्षियों के लिए एक अभूतपूर्व कार्य कर सकते हैं। इस कार्यक्रम में हमारी आने वाली पीढ़ियां हमारे से जुड़े, हमारे आने वाली पीढ़ियों के मन में संरक्षण का भाव है, इसलिए स्कूलों के बच्चों का भी बहुत प्रोग्राम हम इस वीक में कर रहे हैं। अभी हाल ही में मिशन लाइफ के अंतर्गत माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की प्रेरणा से हमने नौजवानों के बीच में आइडियाज़ फॉर लाइफ के लिए आह्वान किया। उसका भी समय बच रहा है, इसलिए सेव वाटर, सेव फूड, सेव एनर्जी, प्रॉपर डिस्पोजल ऑफ सॉलिड वेस्ट, मैनेजमेंट ऑफ ई वेस्ट, बैन ऑफ सिंगल यूज़ प्लास्टिक और हेल्दी लाइफ स्टाइल, इस पर भी हमारे नौजवान लोग वाइल्ड लाइफ वीक के अंतर्गत भी आइडियाज़ फॉर लाइफ के अंतर्गत हमारे मंत्रालय की वेबसाइट के साथ शेयर कर सकते हैं। और इस बार एक बहुत ही भावनात्मक कार्यक्रम जो पूरे देश में हुआ है, एक पेड़ माँ के नाम। 5 जून को विश्व पर्यावरण दिवस के अवसर पर ये चला हुआ अभियान देश में 80 करोड़ से ज़्यादा सैंपलिंग का वृक्षारोपण करके लोगों ने एक अभूतपूर्व कीर्तिमान बनाया है। अपनी माँ के प्रति, धरती माँ के प्रति कृतज्ञता व्यक्त करने के लिए, ग्रेटिट्यूड व्यक्त करने के लिए, थैंक्स देने के लिए एक पेड़ माँ के नाम, ये बहुत बड़ा अभियान है। हम अपने व्यक्तिगत जीवन में पर्यावरण के प्रति जागरूकता ला करके इस अभियान को सफल बना सकते हैं। वाइल्ड लाइफ वीक में अपने देश की वन्य धरोहर के प्रति, अपने देश के वन्य प्राणियों के प्रति, अपने देश के सभी जिसको चराचर जगत कहते हैं उसके प्रति संरक्षण करने के काम को आगे बढ़ाएं। वैसे भी हमारे मंत्रालय का तो मोटो है प्रकृति रक्षिता रक्षत। जो प्रकृति की रक्षा करता है, प्रकृति उसकी रक्षा करती है। और हमारे वेद और उपनिषदों की प्रार्थना में जब हम भाव व्यक्त करते हैं सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिना सर्वे सन्तु निरामया, तो केवल मनुष्यों के लिए नहीं, सर्व जगत के लिए हम इस कल्याण की कामना करते हैं। इस कल्याण की कामना के साथ ये वाइल्ड लाइफ वीक हमारे संकल्प को आगे बढ़ाने में सहायक हो, ऐसी मैं शुभकामनाएं देता हूँ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू। जय हिंद। नमस्ते।
Now we have reached the conclusion of our event, and may I now request Shri Raghu Prasad, Inspector General of Forest Wildlife, to kindly extend the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Vishnu, for that. Respected Director General of Forest and Special Secretary, Government of India, Chief Executive Officer of the National Authority, Camper, Additional Director General of Forest, the Chief Postmaster General, Uttarakhand, Dr. Rajesh Gopal, Secretary General of the Global Tiger Forum, Director Wildlife Institute of India, my colleague, IG Shri Pandey from the Ministry, Dean, Wildlife Institute of India, dignitaries who have joined in both online and offline from across the country, heads of institutes of various organizations, students, scientists, ladies and gentlemen, the electronic and the print media. It gives me a great pleasure and gratitude to be here to propose a vote of thanks. Extend my heartfelt thanks to Honorable Minister, Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Sri Bhupendra Yadavji, for his inspiring message and for his constant inspiration to the entire team for across both at the ministry level and across the country. In fact, for more than a month now, the ministry, under the guidance of the Honorable Minister, has been planning for this nationwide program of the Wildlife Week. We have a committee at the ministry level headed by DG Forest. And on behalf of the ministry, I also extend a very heartfelt thanks to our chief guest today, the DG Forest, who have been behind all the programs which we are enabling here. In fact, we have been coordinating with all the states, the state forest departments, the chief wildlife wardens, and for conducting a range of, in fact, thousands and thousands of programs over the last 1 week, starting from the 2nd of October. Whether it is at the state level events, we have programs being conducted across sanctuaries and national parks and tiger reserves in all the zoos in the country. Just to give you a glimpse, on the 2nd of October, we had the programs in all the 55 tiger reserves of the country. More than 150 zoos of the country had organized programs thanks to the CSA Day. And of course, we have also programs with on the 2nd of October in IGNFA, in CASFOS, and the FRI. On the 3rd of October, we had organized events in more than around 600 national parks and sanctuaries across the country, and also all institutes of the ministry. We had the Chief Wildlife Wardens Conference organized by the Wildlife Institute as a part of the Wildlife Week celebrations here in Wildlife Institute in Dehradun. And also parallelly, we had institutes like BSI, the EZSI, the IAFM, the GP Pant Institute, NCSM, and the Wildlife Crime Control Bureau chipping in for conducting a lot of awareness and programs on the 4th. We have, for today, slotted the annual research seminar for 2 days on the 5th and 6th, and of course, a range of host of programs planned across in all the schools in the states. And on behalf of the ministry, I extend a wholehearted thanks to all the chief wildlife wardens for organizing these programs across the country. Special thanks to the director IGNFA, the director IAFM, the member secretary CSA Day for organizing all the competitions which we had as a part of these celebrations. Let me also extend heartfelt thanks from the ministry side to the India Post and the Chief Postmaster General Uttarakhand for the special issue, the special edition of the stamp as a part of this. We are also heartfelt thanks to the Director of Wildlife Institute and his entire team of scientists and all the people who are behind the scenes for organizing this national level program here. We also had parallelly been running cleanliness drives across all the units which we have, both institutes and also the sanctuaries and national parks spread across. And as a part of, I'd also like to thank our entire team from the ministry in the wildlife division headed by ADG Wildlife. We have my Lieutenant DIG Rakesh along with my technical team Shashi and this entire team. Heartfelt thanks to all of you for this wonderful event being planned across, and also to the print and electronic media who have joined here today. And all the participants and attendees for this function. And this will probably be followed by a plantation program of Ek Ped Maa Ka Naam, and then we'll have carry on the annual research seminar. So thank you all once again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. On the occasion of the World Environment Day, our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi had initiated a campaign dedicated to our mother as a gratitude by planting a sapling in the name of our mother. As Honorable Minister had already mentioned in his message that this has now reached more than 80 crore plantations, we also plan to take a small step as part of this program. May I now request the dignitaries and all those present here for a group photo outside, followed by the Vriksharopan ceremony which will happen outside the auditorium as well. Thank you so much for being here. Thanks. कर सकते ना प्रेजेंटेशन को।
सबको पैक करके जाएगा।
हाँ हाँ
आपकी फर्स्ट है?
हाँ।
चार्ज ये लो
इसका चार्जिंग का पता
रात में चार्ज कर रखे हो गए तो हो गया बंद।
करके दे लेंगे। कर दो
कहाँ से होता हूँ दोनों होने से चलो
May I please request everyone to take their seat?
ठीक है ज़्यादा तो इसको चेंज कर दो क्वेश्चन आंसर सेशन में कर देंगे ना इसको और वो वाला चेक करना था
Good morning. Once again, a warm welcome to you to the 35th Annual Research Seminar. To begin with, I request Sri Jitendra Kumar, Director General of Forest and Special Secretary, Government of India, to come to the dais. I request Dr. Rajesh Gopal, Chairman, Training Research and Academic Council, Wildlife Institute of India. I request our Additional Director General, Forest, Wildlife. I request Sri Virendra Tiwari, Director WII, to take the dais, and Dr. Ruchi Badola, Dean, Faculty of Wildlife Sciences, to take the dais. So as usual, every year with the ARS, we start with a briefing of research activities that has happened from last ARS to this ARS over 1 year. I request Dr. Ruchi Badola, Dean Faculty of Wildlife Sciences, to give her talk on the research activities of Wildlife Institute of India. Ma'am, please.
Namaskar. Respected dignitaries on and off the dais, my dear faculty colleagues, guests, media, researchers, and all present here. It is my privilege to present the last 1 year's research highlights of the Wildlife Institute of India. As you are aware, that the mission of the Institute is to nurture the development of wildlife science and promote its application into our social and economic and cultural milieu. And this is achieved through the 4 pillars of this institute, that is research, academics, capacity building, and advisory role. The research is the foundation of all the 3 other pillars. And I would like to just tell you that we have right now ongoing about 84 projects during this 1 year in the Wildlife Institute of India and 29 in the SciCon Center of the Wildlife Institute of India. 22 and 17 projects respectively have been completed in this duration. It is very interesting to see the trajectory of the research projects of this institute. And if you see from the 1990 to 2021, the projects were distributed all over the country, but little skewness was there. But if you look current distribution of the projects in the country, you can see that we have covered every state of the country, and with particular emphasis that has increased in the northeastern part of the country and in the island ecosystems. Andaman, Nicobar, and Lakshadweep group of islands have been well covered. It's very interesting also to look at the sources of funding for our research projects. While the MOFCC remains at the top in the number of, and this is just the number of projects that are sponsored by the different agencies, followed by the state forest departments, the Department of Science and Technology, the National Tiger Conservation Authority, and development agencies, Ministry of Jal Shakti, and the tourism boards, etc., as well as international funding through the IUCN and the US Fish and Wildlife Service. But the downside of it is the lack of any funding, any project from our grant and aid. Now, if you look at the publication association map of the decadal change in the publication association map of the Wildlife Institute of India, again a very interesting trajectory. This is the map when we started our work during the 1980s and early 90s, and you can see that we had very few themes, very few nodes, which were also scattered. As we moved along, the map became more balanced with more and more nodes joining in. And now if you see, you can see so many thematic areas in which our research publication take place. And it also shows the interconnectedness and transdisciplinarity of these themes. And if you look at the top 10 keywords, you can see how the scope of these publications has changed over the decades, keeping in line with the requirement of the nation and the global commitment of the institute, right, balancing very well the fundamental as well as the applied research. For our publications, we have collaborated in the past 1 year with 31 countries, and in India, we have collaborated with 50 institutions. We have had a total of 119 publications from the Wildlife Institute of India and 40 from the SciCon Center of the Wildlife Institute of India. And I'm very, very proud to inform you that all of these publications have been in peer-reviewed journals, while one has been in peer-reviewed impact factor journal, and one has been in impact factor of over 50 score. These are the countries that are using the Wildlife Institute of India's publications in their policy documents. And as part of our research activities, we promote the academic part, and right now we have 20 research students enrolled for PhD in WII, while 11 are there from SciCon, and 29 and 2 PhDs respectively have been awarded during the past 1 year. We have initiated the 20th Masters in Wildlife Sciences. Earlier, this course used to be held in alternate years, but now it is an annual feature, and we initiated this course with 18 students. I am also very happy to inform you that 13 students have been sponsored from Coal India and Greenco through their CSR programs. We have also initiated for the first time in the country a Masters in Freshwater Ecology and Conservation, which is fully supported by the National Mission for Clean Ganga Ministry of Jal Shakti, and 14 students, although we have 20 seats, but 14 students could only clear this exam to join this course. Then another highlight of the last 1 year has been the launching of the Journal of Wildlife Science, and we have already published 2 issues. Now, this is an open access journal, both for submissions and for reading, and we do not want to compromise on the quality at all. Therefore, the acceptance rate till now is only 31%, and the time that it takes to accept on an average is 71 days, which is at par with international journals. As part of our research activities, the Institute scientists and researchers have made several new discoveries that include 13 species of amphibians, 2 of entomofauna, and 1 plant, and almost all, 100% of these, are from the northeastern part of the country. We have also re-described an endemic mahasir in the Mahanadi river system, that is Tor Mahanadikas, and it has been restored, this has been restored after 70 years. In terms of the training, you already have been informed this morning that we have been accredited 4-star by the Capacity Building Commission's national standards, and only 4 institutions have actually been awarded 4-star, and even among those, WIA has received the highest rating received by any institute in the country. And this is primarily due to our very intense and niche training programs, that is the postgraduate diploma course in wildlife management. Currently, we are running the 45th postgraduate diploma course with 17 officer trainees, which includes 5 Hari Singh fellows, and 2 have been sponsored by Coal India and 1 from the Zoological Society of London project. We are shortly going to start our diploma course, certificate course as well. We completed our 38th certificate course in wildlife management with 28 participants. This year, we could release the vision plan of the Wildlife Institute of India, which lays the milestones in terms of research capacity building and growth of this institute. For the first time in the country, the numbers of snow leopard were also released as an outcome of our decades of research on this elusive species. Our Wildlife and Conservation Genetics Cell is busy, as usual, solving the cases, and in this 1 year, we got 280 new courses and earned a total revenue of 1.44 crores. Our intense capacity building program is also a part of our Wildlife Forensic and Conservation Genetics Cell, and more than 3,500 stakeholders, including students and officials from various departments, have been trained. Our Pashmina testing center was also, certification center was also upgraded to the advanced facility for Pashmina certification, and this center has earned a revenue of almost 1 crore for the government as well as for the Wildlife Institute of India, and providing support to the exporters and protecting their livelihoods, as well as ensuring the conservation of restricted species in the illegal export of the wildlife paths. Our Conservation Advisory and Policy Cell, earlier the EIA cell, has also been doing its role with 12 research projects ongoing, research and advisory projects going on, and our advice actually goes on to the State Forest Department's Honorable NGT, Supreme Court of India, and the National Board for Wildlife. We have also been doing capacity building programs and generated a total of 10 crores of funds for the Institute, and 1 crore has been generated as a CSR fund for modernizing our library. The WI has also key role to play in the linear infrastructure of the country, wherein we are trying to harmonize the construction of these linear infrastructures with the conservation of wildlife present in those areas. And you are well aware of the National Highway 44 and the Samruddhi Expressway, where the long-term monitoring of crossing structures, which is the first time in the Indian subcontinent, is ongoing. And this is actually providing glimpses into preference of wildlife with regard to crossing structures on highways, which could actually inform the future mitigation measures taken by us. The other example is from the railways, and this is none other than the Dehradun station here, which is very interestingly only railway station in India that has 18 bogies, while all other railway stations have 24 bogies. And it is the kind of railway line that was laid here and the short length of the loop lines which necessitated this. And now with the Rajaji National Park and the Supreme Court's ruling, our scientists are busy in trying to create structures which create underpasses for the wildlife in the stretch that the railway line passes through the Rajaji Tiger Reserve, as well as increase the length of the loop lines so that we can have the high-speed trains as well, like the Vande Bharat, etc. also coming in. Now, we not only are working within the country, but we are also trying to identify connectivity bottlenecks in the Tarai Arc landscape, in the transboundary, this is a transboundary landscape, and here we are trying to identify the potential bottlenecks across this landscape. 32 road segments have been selected for mitigation priority, where the average road length is for 5.5 kilometers. Then we have set up the next generation sequencing facility, which will provide a very sharper edge and more in-depth genetics and forensic science research to the country. This is yet to be inaugurated. Our UNESCO category center, while doing its overall duties of capacity building, outreach, research, etc., has conducted 2 key courses in this past 1 year. One is the certificate course in natural heritage management, in which we had 12 participants from 8 countries across the globe, which was supported by the Ministry of External Affairs ITEC program, while the second certificate course in heritage management with 11 participants took place from 12th to 6th September 2024. The WIC2C was also present at the World Heritage Committee, in which we were able to make critical interventions in the main plenary session, as well as we were able to conduct and participated in a large number of side events. Our library and documentation center, which is the heart of any research institute, has been upgraded both in terms of software through the purchase of online journals, paraphrasing tools, plagiarism detection software, etc., and also the hardware through new researchers' rooms, which are fully air-conditioned, display areas, display boards, etc. To encourage our young scientists and researchers, we have established the teaching assistantship policy, which formally offers this assistantship to the scholars working in different projects, and which leads to their professional experience as well as financial assistance. We have instituted a travel grant policy, which provides a competitive travel grant for WIA PhD scholars and the MSc students. And in fact, 3 PhD scholars have already received this grant, while 2 more applications are under process. The WIA is not far behind when it comes to applied research, and species recovery through conservation breeding in 2 areas is now taking place, and both of these are through the National Campa funding of our ministry. So for the Great Indian Bustard, we have a captive stock of 44 birds now, 31 from the wild-laid eggs, and 13 which are captive bred chicks, which are housed in 2 centers in Jaisalmer, while the conservation breeding center for the Sangai deer is under construction. We have also worked for the reintroduction program, and the past year's highlight has been the Gaur reintroduction. We got 28 Gaur from Kanha and 16 from Satpura, and then later on 6 more this year were added from Kanha. And the post-release establishment, ecology, and the health status of these populations is regularly being monitored. A pilot study on the feasibility for Gaur reintroduction in the Nagarjun-Siri-Salem Tiger Reserve has also been completed in this year. The country-wide assessment of tigers, predators, and prey and habitat is ongoing and the largest scientific survey globally. And WI has been doing this with the NTCA. And the 4th cycle has completed. And the highlight of this was that this was totally done using the M-Stripes program. And we could release the total number of leopards report this year. In terms of collaborations with NTCA, we also have several other projects where we are working in tiger landscapes in West Bengal and in Kaziranga in Assam. Then long-term, with the Maharashtra state, we have a long-term MOU in which long-term monitoring of tigers, co-predators, and prey in tiger reserves and tiger-bearing areas of Vidarbha, Maharashtra has been going on, and it's a 10-year project. Here, the population dynamics and demographic trends of tigers and leopards are being studied. We are testing methods for unmarked species, exploring land tenure systems of leopards in a high tiger density areas, and interaction between the large carnivores and their prey in human-dominated landscapes. And we are also looking at the ecology of coexistence through studying both the ecological and social carrying capacity, etc. The study on large carnivores takes us into the realm of human-wildlife conflict. And here also we are looking at the drivers of human-wildlife conflict in Vidarbha landscape of Maharashtra, where we are looking at the year-wise trends and environmental factors, as well as the biotic and abiotic factors which are impacting this human-wildlife conflict in the region. A similar study is going on in Junar Taluka of Maharashtra for human-leopard conflict mitigation. 11 individuals have been radio collared. Camera trapping is going on, and the study actually is trying to look at how these leopards are using the human-dominated and the agricultural landscapes, particularly to identify the conflict hotspot zones and the villages, to prioritize the villages that need immediate intervention for this human-leopard conflict. The elephant-human conflict cannot be far behind when we are talking about human-wildlife conflict. And we have been conducting a study to understand 23 years of human-elephant mortality patterns in the states of Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, and Assam, where extensive data has been collected across over 20 divisions in all the 3 states. And we have tried to see the trends and the hotspots of both human deaths as well as elephant deaths in these 3 states. The other important project on species that we are doing is funded again by the CAMPA, and that is the Pan-India Assessment and Monitoring of Endangered Species covered under the Development of Wildlife Habitat Scheme of MOFCC, where we are supposed to assess the current status, and we have almost completed some of these projects. And we are developing and developed monitoring protocols for populations and their habitats. And these are the species that are covered in this. And this is in addition to the, includes the 4 species which have ongoing under the species recovery program. That is the Gangetic dolphin, the Dugong, the Great Indian Bustard, as well as the Sangai deer. For the dolphin, we are developing the conservation action plan for the Ganges River dolphin, which was referred to this morning. The range-wide dolphin river estimation has been completed, which is the world's largest freshwater survey. Capacity building, engagement of communities, use of modern scientific techniques, all have been combined to derive these conservation action plan for the national aquatic animal. The recovery of dugongs and their habitats is also a project under the CAMPA, and we have been looking at the species conservation and management plans, looking at the potential to conserve and identify the key habitats. And again, here also, a lot of work with the stakeholders is going on for capacity building and participatory management. Then another lesser studied species, the Arabian Sea humpback whale, is also being studied. And here we have identified 6 hotspots along the west coast of the country, and acoustic monitoring is going on in Maharashtra. And all the hotspots, now it is planned to upscale this to all the other hotspots as well. Looking at other marine species that we have taken for the first time, and it is in, earlier we have done this satellite tagging for the olive ridley sea turtles, and it is the first time that the green sea turtles from Lakshadweep Islands was radio tagged to understand their fine scale and migratory movements, and also to identify their foraging areas. Again, in the coastal and island areas, we are tracking the movement and population assessment of nesting seabirds in the Piti Island Bird Sanctuary, which is actually the only nesting sites for seabirds in the Lakshadweep group of islands. And here the population trends of nesting birds are being assessed, and 2 seabirds have been satellite tagged to understand their post-nesting movements. Again, in the Lakshadweep, we have a study on the conservation ecology of endangered reticulated python, which has largely been reported from the Nicobar group of islands so far. And this is one species which is actually declining very rapidly because it is killed out of fear. It is the longest snake in the world, and it is killed out of fear. It is killed for food. And the habitat destruction. So the population is declining very fast, and very little is known about its distribution and population ecology in the Nicobar group of islands. Then we are also looking at the habitat when we talk about these marine species, and we have been monitoring the mangrove ecosystems, particularly to understand the impact of sea level rise on the mangrove ecosystems, how the species composition changes and reacts to the, the different levels of seawater, salinity in the water. And this study was conducted so far only in the Andaman and Nicobar Island, and we submitted the report during January 2024, but now we plan to extend this study to the entire country. Another species which is very less studied is the Mishmi takin, about which not much is known, and we are actually looking at the habitat of this takin, and this is found only in Arunachal Pradesh. And it was only through scientific studies and a very intense involvement of local communities that we were able to identify their hotspots where we found them. And through the anecdotal information, it's very interesting to see how the local traditional knowledge was integrated with the scientific studies. And we have been able to identify the key congregation site of this species. And now we will be taking this work forward. It is a long-term project, so we will be taking this work forward. Then another of the least studied species, the red panda, which is found in the 3 states of Northeast India, Arunachal Pradesh, Sikkim, and West Bengal, has been studied. Key monitoring sites have been identified, and monitoring protocols and potential habitats have been identified. Again, from the northeastern part of the country, we have estimated the preliminary status of the clouded leopard and the co-predators from select sites in West Bengal and Sikkim. And we have camera trapped them, and now we are in the process of creating integrated management plan and identifying the key habitats for them. WI also is also in the process of preparing integrated management plans, and the first of these is for the Nanda Devi Biosphere Reserve, where through an integrated approach, both on the flora, fauna, the human dimensions, economy, we are preparing the management plan for the Nanda Devi Biosphere Reserve. And the other one is very interesting because it is within the bustling metropolis of New Delhi, the Asola Bhati Wildlife Sanctuary, where very interesting findings from this study have come in, how the species are using this area, and hopefully we will be able to submit this in the next few months. WI is also part of the 2 most important missions of the Government of India related to ecosystems. The first one is the National Mission for Sustaining the Himalayan Ecosystem. And in this, we have been leading the Task Force 4 on microflora and fauna and wildlife and animal populations, where we are developing a spatial database, infrastructure, and establishing permanent monitoring plots for long-term monitoring and looking at microclimatic patterns, generating spatial data on climate change impacts on wildlife, as well as the interaction with the human communities across 4 river basins in Uttarakhand and northeastern part of the country. The other important mission of the Government of India, the National Mission for Clean Ganga, has also provided the Wildlife Institute of India 2 integrated projects, and one of the mega project is planning and management for aquatic species conservation and maintenance of ecosystem services in the Ganga River Basin for a clean Ganga, where we are working in 22 rivers of the Ganga River Basin and trying to develop a science-based aquatic species conservation plan for this basin, for these rivers, by involving multiple stakeholders. Similarly, the Ministry of Jal Shakti, through its National River Conservation Directorate, has given another project to the Wildlife Institute of India to assess the ecological status of select Indian rivers for conservation planning. And these rivers include Barak, Narmada, Mahanadi, Godavari, Kaveri, Periyar, and Pamba. And now we have been requested to add 3 more rivers to this list, because the information on the ecological status of the rivers, as we found, is very, very poor and even more poorly documented. Then another project also given by the Jal Shakti to the Wildlife Institute of India is the developing of a landscape management plan for monitoring with reference to the Ken-Betwa River Link project in the Panna Tiger Reserve landscape. And this landscape level plan actually has been almost made official through the setting up of the Greater Panna Landscape Council, which is headed by the Chief Secretary of MP, and which includes all the line agencies, and the Wildlife Institute of India will also be setting up an integrated research and learning center in this landscape to support and implement the capacity building priorities for adaptive management in this landscape. Then the WI not only works on the ecology and hardcore science, but we also work with the communities living in the boundary of protected areas and biodiversity rich areas. The Ministry of Jal Shakti has given us the project named as Jalaj, which is connecting people and river for realizing Earth Ganga, as the Honorable Prime Minister had named it. And the purpose is to enable local communities to have livelihoods which are based on nature-based solutions and which are in consonance with sustainable development of natural resources, including wetlands and rivers. We are also looking at the ecosystem services provided by colonial nesting birds in and around 11 wetlands in Tamil Nadu state. And this is another very interesting study where we are looking at the nutrients provided by nesting birds and through the water into these wetlands, how they will positively impact the productivity of the surrounding agricultural landscapes. So these projects become very meaningful to ensure societal support for biodiversity conservation. Another important project is to look at the status of grazing and suggest plans to phase it out in the Tirthan and Senj wildlife sanctuaries in Himachal Pradesh. Apart from this, we are also working for awareness and getting the knowledge sharing, interpretation, and through our outreach activities, publications, databases, websites, etc., both from SciCon as well as from the Wildlife Institute of India. And these numbers only point to the activities of our EIA-CP centers, but all our projects in these institutions have a very, very strong element of community and stakeholders engagement, outreach activities, and a lot of work with the schools in regional languages and whatever is required. So thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you once again. Jai Hind.
Thank you, madam. We have a series of book release that will go on now. I request my colleague Dr. Vishnu Priya to come over and go ahead with the book release function.
We are now going to release reports emerging from the research projects that have been carried out at the Wildlife Institute of India. The first is a report on tracking near-shore and migratory movements of olive ridley sea turtles in the coastal waters of Maharashtra. I request the project investigator, Dr. Suresh Kumar, and researcher Mohit to kindly come on the dais for the release. This project was in collaboration with the Mangrove Foundation of Mangrove Cell, Maharashtra Forest Department. Under this project, olive ridley turtles were tagged for the first time in west coast of India. This project identified critical nearshore habitats of olive ridley turtles during nesting phase along the Maharashtra coast. Additionally, the waters of the Kerala and Karnataka coast were established as important foraging grounds for these turtles. The next report is on an integrated approach for conservation of Mishmi Thakin in northeast India, linking species ecology and traditional ecological knowledge. I request Dr. Gopi, Dr. Parag Nigam, Dr. Bilal Habib, Dr. Satya Kumar, Mr. Gaurav, who are all part of the project, to kindly come on the dais. This research integrated traditional ecological knowledge with scientific research and generated vital information on the species' natural history, group structure, behavior, and suitable habitats across Arunachal Pradesh. It also identified 6 major congregation sites in the study area. The next release is on basic study design for biodiversity assessment of Himachal Pradesh. I request Dr. Salvador, Dr. B.S. Adhikari, and the researchers Saurav, Dushar, Priyanka, and Arnab to kindly come on the stage. This multidisciplinary ecology project investigated Himachal Pradesh biodiversity across various protected areas, each representing distinct altitudinal gradients. Focusing on mammalian ecology, vegetation, herpetofauna, and avifauna, the study examines species abundance, distribution, behavior, and their adaptation to altitudinal gradients. The next is on the present status of livestock grazing and suggestive plan to phase it out in Tirthan and Sainj wildlife sanctuaries. I request Dr. Salvador, Dr. Adhikari, and researcher Dr. Rahul to kindly be on stage. This study provides suggestive grazing phase-out plan, including sustainable grazing management strategy, advocating for regulated grazing intensity, pasture development, and alternative livelihoods, including those to ensure the long-term viability of both pastoral practices and wildlife conservation efforts. Niche selection. नहीं sir. Niche selection and mesopredator release in high altitude ecosystems. We request Dr. Salvador and Priyanka to kindly come on dais. Understanding the comprehensive dynamics among carnivore gives increasing human pressure is critical for effective conservation. This report examines niche partitioning among snow leopards and Himalayan wolves in Spiti Valley, Himachal Pradesh. The next report is on ecological impacts of major invasive alien species on native flora in Rajaji. I request Dr. Amit and Professor Kamar Qureshi to kindly come on the dais. It is also co-investigated by Dr. Navindu. The DST SERB-funded project, Ecological Impacts of Major Invasive Alien Species Plants on Native Flora in Rajaji Tiger Reserve, focused on understanding the spread, invasion pattern, and suggests control of Lantana camera, Parthenium, and Ageritina. The authors also acknowledge the support extended by Dr. Saket Badola, Directorate Corbett, for this project. The next report is the ecological and genetic assessment of critically endangered northern river terrapin. The project investigator, Dr. Abhijit Das, is kindly requested to come on the dais. Locally known as Korikata, Batakur baska survives only in the Sundarban region of India and Bangladesh. A truly estuarine sexually dimorphic species needs immediate conservation attention to evade its imminent extinction. The survey revealed the current status of its habitat and identified genetic bottlenecks in the captive population. The next is a release on the trichotaxonomy of tiger prey from Terrayark Landscape, a comprehensive manual from Dr. Bivash Pandav and Dr. Samrat Mondal. Researchers Shrushri and Suvankar are also requested to come onto the dais. So, yeah. The next release is on a compendium of research publications by WI from the WI Library and Information Center. This document is a compilation of 1,448 research items published in journals indexed in Scopus database. During the first decade of its establishment, WI published only 21 research items, and that number has now increased exponentially to 1,000 documents between 2014 and 2023. So with this, we come to the end of our research publications.
And a big hand to Mr. Manohar Pathak, our librarian, who has taken all the efforts. Mr. Pathak, can you please come? Manohar ji, okay. So he has taken all the efforts in compiling the publications of Wildlife Institute of India, and thanks to Mr. Pathak. Thank you, sir. And may I now request Sri Jitendra Kumar, Director General Forest and Special Secretary, to say a few words to us. Sir.
Respected senior officers present here, colleagues, students, researchers, ladies and gentlemen. After going through the presentation which was made by Dean of the Institute, release of so many publications, and that my own interaction with the Wildlife Institute of India, I can certainly say that their performance in wildlife research is outstanding, excellent, praiseworthy. इनके इतने अच्छे काम की हम सब सराहना करें तेज तालियों की आवाज़ से। And I would certainly like to place on record appreciation for Director of the Institute and his team of scientists and others for doing such outstanding works for the benefit of wildlife habitats, for the benefit of wildlife, the forest, the society, and the nation. And the next 2 days of the research seminar, I hope that their research activities will touch a new height, another new height in the field of wildlife research. And one suggestion that I would like to give to them, that with their works, with their outstanding work that they are doing, they can try to capture more space globally in the area of wildlife research. Let the institute, this institute, be #1 in the world very soon as possible. That is what we all are aspiring. And these 2 days, that seminar, I would have preferred to attend personally, but due to an important meeting in Delhi, I have to go back. But our team of officers, ADG Wildlife and his team, officers from the NTCA and other officers from the ministry, Central Zoo Authority, he is also here. They will be here attending the seminar. They will be here interacting with all of you. And whatever is the best suggestion, certainly we'll act upon. With these words, once again I wish all the best to all of you. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your encouraging words. So, sir, we have come to an end of the inaugural session now, and we will start with the technical session straight away. So, except for the delegates who have to leave now, I request all of you please be seated so that without wasting any time, we will start with the technical session. So for the first technical session, I invite Sri Ravi Singh, Secretary General of WWF India, to chair the session. Sri Ravi Singh has been a leading conservationist and leading the WWF India for how many years, sir? More than 20 years now. 2007, when I went to WWF International, you were there. So, sir. So, Sri Ravi Singh will be assisted by Sri Samyak Samantrai from the Orissa Forest Department as the co-chair, and I request my colleague Professor Kamar Qureshi, Dr. Gopi GV, to co-chair the session. And this session is on aquatic ecology. We have 4 lectures in this session, and after this session we'll be breaking for lunch. Lunch will be at the same place where we had the tea break.
Namaskar to everyone. Thank you for this honor to be with you and to also share and participate in some of the sessions. I think the topics that we have here, what I normally think about various things in perspective is some of the things we are discussing now, the topics and the science and the kind of achievements. These are very different 10 years ago, 15 years ago, and before that. And even before I was in WWF, I participated in some of the events of WII, and how it has evolved, how the science has evolved, how the age groups of people who are here and the differentiations. And this is a topic for a seminar by itself, or a topic to discuss. But I'm very proud and very happy to be here with 2 senior colleagues. And I think we should start. The principal job of a chairperson in this kind of a situation is to basically delegate to the co-chairs and hopefully try and keep this within certain time. So we'll start. The first session is on environmental flow assessment methods for Indian rivers, a topic very close to some of us, certainly very close to me, because we introduced environmental flow as a concept in international and Indian organization in somewhere close to 2005. And actually were practitioners to show how this actually works. Very happy to be here. Let us start.
Thank you, sir. The first speaker is Professor Anthony Johnson, and all of you know him well. And Professor Anthony Johnson has been working on river ecology and aquatic ecology for the last 3 decades or so. He's going to speak about the e-flow concept and the development that he has done so far. Over to Dr. Johnson.
Thank you, Dr. Gobi. Respected chair and distinguished guest and my dear friends. So good afternoon to all. So I'll be presenting the environmental flow assessment method for Indian rivers. So this is one of the deliverable of Indo-European Water Partnership. And before going to the concept of e-flow and assessment method, just I would like to brief the river ecology. So as we are all aware, river ecosystem now is one of the important system. It is a running water ecosystem. It is known as the cradles of human civilization because it provides almost all the services required for the human well-being. But now we have reached the stage to decide how much water does river requires. So that is the height of civilization. And if you take the river ecology, hydrologically it's known as flowing water bodies confined with the bed and the bank. If you want to define as ecologically, it is an interacting system between abiotic and biotic factor, where water is the medium and the flow is one of the important limiting factor. So ultimately, river means flow. Without flow, we can't consider as a river ecosystem. According to the river continuum concept, that will clearly explain the importance of the river flow. And the rivers are connected from the headwater to the tail end or river mouth. In between, there are different sections of the river will have a different ecological function, energy flow mechanism, and faunal assemblage, but they are all connected linearly through flow. That is a nutrient flow from the top to the bottom. Second, flow also ensure the volume of the water. That is very important for catering the many aquatic life, including large-bodied fishes and large-bodied animals. Third, flow is very, very critical for the catering the need of the mangrove ecosystem. That is another one important sensitive ecosystem in the downstream area. The freshwater flow is very, very important for maintaining that system. So in the regional level, there are many organisms, including fish, they require flow to achieve their reproductive success. Mainly, many of the species, they migrate up for spawning. So attaining the reproductive success, flow is very, very critical to ensure the tributary access. If there is no flow or reduction in the flow, they cannot be able to achieve their reproductive success. Even a fine scale, in small puddle of river or streams, always fish tend to migrate up because it get environmental clue to attain the sexual maturity. So in order to complete their reproductive success, flow is very, very important, even in the in a small scale level. And many of the rheophilic species we have in the river system, most of them are highly sensitive to flow, and they are highly specialized in terms of habitat requirement. They are called rheophilic species. The moment we alter the flow or reduce the flow, we may tend to lose all these species. So these are about some of the importance of the flow. So now most of the river valley, rivers already we have modified. We have a lot of hydropower project, big dams and barrages in the downstream. So many places water has been diverted. So normally people, they said, if you are diverting water, small stretch of the river only get a dewater. But if you take in a cumulative manner from the entire river basin, it may go even more than 20 or 30% river stretch without any water. That is the cumulative impact of the river valley modification. So that's where we need a e-flow. The amount of flow required to maintain the ecological integrity of this river. That's what called environmental flow. But the now question is how much flow required to maintain the ecological integrity. So that is the question. And if you see way back in 2012, there is no concept of e-flow in the project specific. Whatever the hydropower project, river valley project were commissioned, you cannot see any flow in the downstream area. Zero discharge in the downstream area. Even nowadays, if you go and argue for the e-flow, they can't be able to release even a single drop of water because the structure has been modified in such a way to utilize the maximum the flow. And later on, there are many studies have been done. Even already chairman has highlighted. There are many people who are talking about the e-flow and water allocation for the downstream impact. There are few studies came up, including the WA also. We have done cumulative impact study, and that study we have assessed the impact of 70 hydroelectric power project in the Alaknanda and Bhagirathi river basin. We picked up the method called environmental management class. It mainly take care of the biodiversity profile of the particular area and the uniqueness of the particular area, how many number of endemic threatened species present in the area, and how many number of migratory species present in the area. So accordingly, the zones were categorized and different flow has been recommended in that particular area. So later on, even 2018, the e-flow has been, gazetted notification has been released by the Central Water Commission. After that, whatever the project, whatever the hydropower project proposed, there is a mandate to release e-flow in the water. Not only the Gangetic Basin, anywhere in the country, any river valley modification, they have to release some proportion of the e-flow in the channel. Now the challenge is, globally we have more than 200 methods are there, and most of them are based on the hydraulic data, and some extent people also use the subject expert opinion. For example, and the moment if the fishes are going to affect, immediately they will ask the opinion from the fishery department or Central Fishery Research Institute. So whatever the value they are giving, that will be put into the model, then they come up with the e-flow study. So for example, this dam called Gaur Dam, which is located just very close to the Yamunotri Road, very close to the Dehradun. So this is recently commissioned project. You can see the e-flow provision actually. So it means that entire the Yamuna River is passing through the tube actually. So this is what we'll get, even though if the notification is not implemented. And sometime now the seepage which is coming from the sluice, that will be greater than the e-flow provision provided by that. So in order to streamline all the e-flow assessment method, that is the time 2019 Indo-European Partnership Program has been launched under the Central Water Commission. There are many organisms that are part of that. The main objective of this program is to prepare a policy guideline to, for the flow estimation in Indian rivers. So with this background, we started working on the e-flow methods. I already mentioned more than 200 methods are available. And then we have sum up with all the methods into 4 categories. One is called holistic method, that require large array of data, which takes care of the water allocation for many stakeholders. How much water required for the agriculture requirement, how much required for the fisheries, how much for the drinking water purpose, the entire river basin, putting together all the allocation, then we come up with estimate. So that's called building block method, or sometimes it's called drift method. There are different methods are there. It's a holistic method. Second one is called hydrological method. It does not require any ecological data. It does not require any hydrological data. Simply based on the overall discharge available in the river, based on that water will be allocated to the different stakeholders. Most of the time it is happening between the state, between Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, between Tamil Nadu and Kerala. So water allocation based on the percentage. That's called Tannen method. And third one is hydraulic rating method. Here some concerns on better habitat perimeter area will be taken into care. That means that is directly related with how much amount of habitat available in the channel unit. And again, if you increase the velocity, increase the discharge, the area will keep on increasing. Certain point, it will again it won't have much influence on the habitat area available. So that point they pick up and they release the water. It's called hydraulic rating method. And the fourth one is habitat stimulation method. So this is one of the important method, because it will take care of the both hydrological information as well as the species specific information. As an ecologist, that's what we need actually. So suppose I want to conserve a particular species in the aquatic system, or dolphin or gharial or fish. So the species specific information like habitat suitability of the species will be inbuilt in this model along with the hydrological data that will give the meaningful e-flow. So that is the one we have picked up for our pilot study. So pilot study, we have selected Ramaganga River Basin. Around 6 sites were selected from the headwater to the downstream area. Mainly we were targeting the critical reaches where the diversion happened or proposed to have a diversion. So one of the study sites is the Kosi River at the place called Garambani, where the proposed dam is going to come. And we have collected hydrological data. So it has a 3 important process. One is called cross-sectional data we need. 3 to 4 cross-sectional data of every 1 meter interval depth and velocity we need, along with the bed elevation data. Second point is very, very important. That's where our ecological information will get into the model. So preparation of habitat specific suitability curve. So that includes the habitat available in the bed as well as the habitat used by the species. How much depth the species require actually. So all the value will be multiple observation. You can categorize into the different depth classes, velocity classes, substrate classes. then we can come up with the habitat availability. When you know the species use, exactly where you are located, you are finding this fish. So that if you calculate, then you can come up with depth usage by the fish, velocity usage by the fish, and substrate preference by the fish. So based on that, we get the habitat suitability of those particular species. It is a very common one. The preference will be the use versus availability. And for example, for Mashir, so we are getting the velocity depth preference to 1.2 to 1.5 meter. It means that you will find the fish in all the channel, but the maximum number of individuals between the 1.2 to 1.5 meter depth. Similarly, velocity also maximum individuals they were using 0.3 to 0. So this is the value. Once you generate it, you can go for the habitat simulation model. So as I said, if you have a cross-sectional data, when you put into the model, and between the two sections, it will the modeling will happen. It will form a grid-like structure. So every 1 meter interval grid it will form, and it will predict what would be the velocity depth available in each and every cell actually. When you add the habitat-specific information, then it will give the value of wherever the suitable habitats are matching actually in a given flow scenario. Then if you stimulate the flow in a lower to higher level, 10 qmax to 20 qmax, 30, 40 like that, and the habitat area will keep on increasing. This is called weighted usable area. So this is the information is very, very crucial. And when you plot the weighted usable area against the discharge from lowest to highest, and the area will keep on increasing. In certain range, again, it will keep on declining. It means that more flow, more velocity, that may not be suitable for particular species. Because in the channel, if you have turbulent flow, turbulent and more depth, it may not be suitable for the particular species. That is the inflection point we have to pick up, and we have to argue for the E-flow release. In the case of Kosi River, at the time of surveying, in the lean season, we got a 27 qmax water, and our assessment, the PAPSIM output, that model is called PAPSIM output, that is called physical habitat simulation model. We got 14 qmax record for the catering the golden Mashir's requirement. That is about 50% of the lean flow thing. This is what we have recommended. And finally, we have prepared a policy guideline for the E-flow assessment. And we have recommended PAPSIM is one of the important tool, at easy way to operate, because it doesn't require more ecological data, only the species-specific information you require, and easy to understand. Any policymaker or any the project proponent easily they can pick up. And it is widely used in many of the countries, so this has been done. And we also prepare the SOP for the entire flow assessment method, and it has been submitted to the Central Water Commission and the implementing agency, Central Water Commission, as well as the Ministry of Environment Forest. So with this, I conclude. I thanks to the team, especially European expert, Michael, Stephen, and Piotr, and Rebecca Tharme. So in fact, Rebecca Tharme is one of the leading the flow expert. I had gone through a lot of literature of her, but fortunate to work with her in the field also. Of course, other team members from the Central Water Commission, our own WE researcher, they participate in the field activity. So thanks to all the partner also, right from European Union, JSET, and the Central Water Commission, National Institute of Hydrology, plus CIFRI, the Fishery Institution. Of course, our researchers, Dr. Elisa and Bhavana Dhawan, they participated in the program. With this, I conclude my talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Anthony, for sticking to the time, finishing well on time. The next speaker is Dr. Oishini Chakraborty. She is a certified scuba diver and a marine biologist with a master's from Pondicherry University. She also holds a PhD from Andaman and Nicobar Regional Center of the Zoological Survey of India. Since 2023, she has been employed as a project scientist in the Campa Dugong project. She is going to brief about the activities of the project Dugong. Over to Oishini.
Thank you, sir. So for this particular talk, on behalf of the Campa Dugong team, I'm going to take you underwater. And here, let me introduce you to the animal that we have been trying to conserve for the last 8 years. So this is the dugong. It has a distribution in the Indo-Pacific region with a fragmented distribution in India across Gujarat, Andaman Nicobar Islands, and Tamil Nadu. This is a case-selected species with a long-lived it's a long-lived animal with a slow reproductive rate and a strong parental care. Not only this, this animal is highly dependent on the seagrass ecosystem. Now, the seagrass ecosystem in and of itself is vulnerable. Now, seagrasses are marine flowering plants which form humongous underwater grasslands. So, we have around 15 species in India. Now, considering that this habitat in and of itself is threatened by anthropogenic activities, which may lead to habitat degradation or fragmentation, this in turn affects the survival of dugongs. Now, dugongs are also threatened due to fishing activities in terms of accidental net entanglements, may even have fatalities due to boat heads or propeller cuts. There are certain pockets where hunting does occur in Andaman and Nicobar Islands by tribes, though poaching is more or less under control because of the intervention of the department and the government. Now, considering all of this, in 2016, the Camper Dugong Recovery Project was initiated. Now, the goal of this project was not just to safeguard the animal, but was to integrate science and community for conservation efforts. Our two main pillars were research and monitoring and community engagement. Now, over the last 8 years, we have presented a lot of our achievements for this forum. For this particular talk, we are going to be giving you a little bit more insight into the behavior of the animal. But before we jump into the behavior, we need to tell you our story. So when we started, we were looking for dugongs at all 3 sites. So what we did was, we tried getting indirect and direct reportings. So when we looked at indirect reportings, we tried social surveys and citizen science. For direct surveys, we tried boat-based surveys and drone surveys. Now, as you can see, the 2 of our survey methods were more successful. For boat-based sightings, it was difficult because misidentification or even spotting a dugong from a boat is difficult. Till now, from all our efforts, we have around 1,319 reportings. Now, in terms of indirect reportings, we also had feed trails from seagrass meadows. This was particularly successful in Gujarat, where we could even identify dugong foraging areas. Now, all of our cumulative efforts for indirect reportings, we have been able to identify dugong occurrence hotspots across the 3 regions. For Gujarat, it was Chepri and Bhedar. For Tamil Nadu, it was northern Park Bay and northern Gulf of Mannar. And for Andaman and Nicobar Islands, it was Ritchie's Archipelago and South Andaman. Now, once we had these dugong occurrence hotspots, we wanted to get direct sightings. Here, we brought in tech. Now, we tried drone surveys. Now, marine aerial monitoring was in its nascent stage in India back then. So, for our first agenda was to standardize the methodology. Once we were able to standardize the methodology, we conducted studies in these dugong occurrence hotspots and came up with encounter rates. Now, mind you, these numbers are crude because our we understood that our study has limitations in terms of the fact that sampling could only be done in nearshore areas, that is around 3 kilometers only. Dugongs are found beyond these. They are highly mobile animals. Also, chances of detection of the same animal was high. So, right now, we are in the process of procuring better drones with longer ranges and conducting strategic mass drone surveys, which will give us better encounter rates. Another thing that we are in the process of doing is identifying individuals from the footages that we have. For this, we are using depigmented marks on the individuals from the footages. Now, this is the interesting part. Seagrass meadows are inhabited by 2 grazers. We have dugongs and we have turtles. Here you can see dugongs and turtles interacting, where dugongs are actually chasing turtles. Now, this was just an interesting find that we got, but there were more repeated behaviors that we were able to identify in terms of feeding, traveling, rolling. Right now, we have analyzed only 16 hours of data. From this, we have understood that dugongs spend at least 1/6 of their time foraging. Now, when dugongs are at the surface, the detection probability by a drone is highest. Again, we are in the process of calculating this to give better numbers in future. Not only through direct sightings, from indirect as well, we have got some interesting natural history findings. A lot of our fishermen stakeholders have told us that when dugongs travel in herds, calves are usually kept in the middle and the adults flank the herds. And there's always tactile communication or touching between the individuals in the herds. Another interesting find was the first photographic evidence of a potential sexual phase in a dugong. This is by one of our stakeholders again. Now coming to a sadder aspect of the project, we had a lot of strandings, but these strandings also gave us some very interesting finds as well. Gujarat was a place where we didn't know if dugongs existed, but from the stranded dugongs we were able to see that there were rake marks, which indicated that there is a breeding population here. When you look at Andaman and Nicobar Islands, the spatial scope is large. Almost 800 plus islands are present with only 30 or so inhabited. Even though we have a high stakeholder engagement, reportings could not be made for the entirety of the islands. But when you look at Tamil Nadu, for the last 8 years, strandings are quite high. Now, population of dugongs in Tamil Nadu is high, considering that there's a connectivity with the Sri Lankan population as well. The coastline is vast with a high stakeholder engagement and there's a lot of anthropogenic activity in this area. These could be the reasons why strandings in Tamil Nadu is quite high. From these strandings, we were also able to understand a little bit about their foraging. So we were able to publish the first paper on dugong feeding preference, where we were able to identify 5 genera. Right now we have a more robust data set, and we do see a pattern where juveniles prefer Halophila and adults prefer Halidude. Now, in parallel to all of our species investigation, we investigated the habitat as well. Here we tried mapping the seagrass environment and coming up with maps. So here we not only got cover, we also identified degraded areas. Now these maps have been shared with the forest department, and they are carrying out restorative efforts in these degraded areas. Now looking at the seagrass habitat, now we know that dugongs are living here, but then what are the other fauna that this habitat supports? We needed to understand the ecological role of the habitat that we are trying to preserve. For this, we did associated faunal surveys. We found that more than 19 groups of macrobenthos was present here, and this is just for Andaman. Other areas, we're still doing the analysis. When you look at fishes in the seagrass ecosystem, we were able to see that fishes with a size less than 5 centimeter was high in these meadows, indicating that fishes do use these areas as nurseries. Now that we knew about the species and the habitat, we needed to know what are the threats to these environments. For this, we conducted threat mapping using both densities and marine litter as threat. Not only this, we gave our GPS loggers to fishermen to understand fishing routes. Overlaying all of this, we were able to come up with critical dugong habitats at the 3 areas. And in 2019, we sent out a letter to the Tamil Nadu Forest Department to designate a dugong reserve, dugong conservation reserve, which was finally done in September 2022. Now, this project could not have been complete without the community engagement aspect. Here we have sensitized over 1 lakh people, and right now we have a very strong network of 300 plus informants who are actively giving us sightings, stranding, and even rescue reports. Now, considering the rescues, the community now has taken up the charge to save dugongs. Fishermen are actively cutting their nets to release dugongs into the wild. These rescuers are actually felicitated by the government, by the forest department, and celebrated by our project as dugong heroes. Till date, we have had almost 24 rescues. Another interesting aspect was during COVID in 2020, we started off Dugong Day on the 28th of May. But now it has been picked up by the global community and is celebrated as the World Dugong Day. One interesting thing that we tried to do was give back to the community. Here we gave out scholarships to children of fishermen attending government schools across the 3 regions. Until date, we have given out over 1,700 scholarships across 100 schools. Another way to give back was to help in training activities for the department, for the local communities in terms of biodiversity monitoring or drone flying workshops. And considering that stranding is high, we also try to give training in stranding response. In stranding response, here we also published a stranding response manual. Now coming to the management recommendations, after 8 years, there are certain things that we would like to say to the forest department, these need to be done. So here you can see beach scene. This is something that happens across all 3 states, which does lead to net entanglement. Now in the case of Gujarat, during monsoon season, this small population tries to access areas which are where these beach scenes happen, and there is net entanglement. So we do recommend regulating fishing activities during monsoon here. Now when you look at Tamil Nadu, we have identified months where stranding is high. So here what we are recommending is, say, December, January and May, June, patrolling activities by the department, by other stakeholders needs to be taken up so that strandings can be reduced in one way or the other. And now that we have been able to designate protected areas, it is time to designate or prioritize areas within these protected areas as, say, no-go, slow-go or fishing zones. In the case of Andaman, this is Ross and Smith in the north Andaman. Here, in one field season itself, we have identified 7 individuals. Now the scope for Andaman is a little different, where tourism is very, it's a lucrative option. And a lot of proposed development activities have been proposed here. So what we are saying is, from our findings, we know that North and Middle Andaman is a hotspot, and certain areas need to be designated as protected for future conservation efforts. When we started out the project, we were looking for animals. We were looking for dugongs. Now, we have found the animals, and we have also understood a lot more about their habitats. Now, considering this, what we propose forward is obviously to strengthen our training programs and obviously conduct mass surveys, but we also need to do satellite tagging. Maybe during rescues this can be done. Another thing is dugongs hear better than they see, and this is one aspect of our project that we know we are lacking, and we would be starting out studies on this. After 8 years of management recommendations, we do urge the forest department to hold stakeholder meetings so that these management recommendations are now implemented. With this, these are my acknowledgements, and thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Roshni. Just a small announcement. There are question paper slips placed on your tables, and if you have any questions, you can write the questions, and somebody will bring it to here, and we can ask the questions later. So the next presenter is Ms. Gargi Chaudhary. She has done her bachelor's from Presidency University and master's from FRA in forestry. She's working in the Ganges River Dolphin since 2017, and she's currently enrolled for a PhD in FRA. Over to Gargi.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Gargi Chaudhary, and today I'll be presenting my topic, Ecos in the River, Acoustic Monitoring for Estimating Dolphin Abundance and Behavior Responses to Anthropogenic Stress. So first we'll talk about our species, Ganges River Dolphin. It is a Schedule 1 species and is highly endangered, and it is distributed in the Ganga-Brahmaputra Karnali river system. And this entire talk will be talking about using passive acoustic monitoring. So why should we use passive acoustic monitoring? Is it some kind of a fad, or is it actually useful? So river dolphins are very difficult to observe because it surfaces for a very small time, and when it surfaces, because of the murky water, and if the researchers or the people who are observing the dolphins are inexperienced, they tend to miss the dolphin sightings. Also, जैसा कमर सर ने चीता के लिए कहा था कि तेरे आँखों के सिवा इस दुनिया में रखा क्या है, तो डॉल्फिन की आँखों में सिर्फ क्रिस्टलाइन लेंसेज होते हैं. So they can only detect light and darkness, and they mostly rely on echolocation for their majority of the communication, which makes it a very suitable candidate for studying using passive acoustic monitoring devices. Also, these devices can be used for a very long period of time without any human intervention, and these are a very non-invasive technique as well. So we'll proceed to the two objectives that we'll be covering. One is monitoring abundance, and the other one is assessment of impact of boat traffic on Ganges dolphin. Before we proceed, we would like to establish some baseline of the acoustic characteristics of the dolphin. For any echolocating organism, the most important characteristics is the frequency. And as you can see to the bottom left side, these are two frequency graphs. One is of the low frequency and one is of the high frequency. The high frequencies are closely spaced and the low frequency waves are highly spaced. That means high frequency can travel for a very shorter distance in a shorter time, while the low frequency can travel longer distances. So the modal frequency of Ganges dolphin is 50 to 60 kilohertz, and its range of frequency is 16 to 211 kilohertz. The next important click parameter is the number of clicks and interclick interval. So dolphin in its click train produces 5 to 50 clicks with an interval of 138 to 34,000 microseconds. So this is a typical spectrogram. The yellow lines you see are the clicks, and the time duration between two clicks is the interclick interval. So now I'll play you the sound of Ganges dolphin, but Ganges dolphin, please remember, produces an ultrasound. So I have reduced the pitch so that for human hearing, the pitch has been reduced. So we'll start with our first objective, which is monitoring relative abundance of dolphins. So why is passive acoustic monitoring important? We have already covered that. Next, we'll talk about index of abundance and its relationship to habitat parameter. So trained people and robust method is needed for abundance estimation. And like we have discussed earlier, inexperienced people tend to miss dolphins because of its cryptic surfacing. And abundance relationship with acoustic devices makes monitoring easy and cost effective. It's not like we are out to get jobs of the people, but hiring boats are pretty expensive and training researchers are also expensive, whereas buying a acoustic monitoring device is a one-time thing. And even if the dolphin moves from a critical area, the local abundance of the area will be important for the management authorities, and they can take action in timely manner. So we have collected data from all the 4 states, Assam, Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, and West Bengal, and we have collected over 10,000 of acoustic data over 250 kilometers of the river. So how did we go about doing this? So in previous year presentation by my PI, Dr. Vishnupriya Kolipakam, she has explained this method of double observer survey, where 2 teams independently record dolphins, and the dolphin numbers we then match with the time, GPS location, angle, and distance. In the same location, we have also deployed pods, which are passive acoustic monitoring devices, and there is one person sitting on the bank opposite facing the pods and recording the dolphin surfacing time, the pattern, and age class. So we have 5,000 paid visual and acoustic observation, and the average number of trains recorded is highly correlated with the dolphin surfacings in a minute. So we have taken the time frame as minute because it's the lowest time frame we get from our recording devices. And from this equation, you can see that the addition of 3 trains implies addition of 1 dolphin. So then we compare the dolphin count with the acoustic recording of the area, and we see that wherever the dolphin is, if I can have a pointer. Anyways, you can see near Mirzapur, the acoustic recording is high and the dolphin count is high, and then it's medium, medium, low, low. For canal, it works really well because it's a straight and a linear channel. The canal, the population is low and the acoustic recordings were also low. There is some problem in the correlation whenever there is a sinuosity present. You can see in the sinus non-tidal channel, wherever there is a meandering, it is not performing that well. But otherwise, it's an overall good index. And with habitat parameters, just like what our visual shows, that with depth, there is increased presence of dolphin, and with motorized boats, there is decreased presence of dolphins. Now we'll move on to our last objective, which is understanding effect of boat traffic. We'll talk about spatial and temporal relationship and behavioral impact. Before that, I'd like to go into some history. The three important part in the evolution of ship is the development of steam engines in the Industrial Revolution time and steamships in the 1800s. Followed by the next big development was the Panamax, which were the ships designed specially to travel through the narrow and shallow Panama Canal, and definitely the present day container ship, which can move across river with a much narrower and shallower river without requirement of much dredging. So we see a sharp rise in the early 2000 in the studies on impact of shipping, 2 decades after the Panamax ship started operating. And most of these studies on impact of shipping are on marine mammals, and very few studies have been conducted on river dolphins. And commonly the study is on their effect on behavior and call, followed by dive and avoidance. So how did we go about doing spatial avoidance of dolphin in high traffic areas? The same method we did for abundance, alongside abundance for dolphins. We also recorded anthropogenic parameters and habitat characteristics, and we use the hurdle model to, because there are many locations where dolphins are not present, and we saw that wherever there are a large number of boats, the dolphin presence decreases, and wherever there are the depth and width is high, the dolphin presence increases. This is also related because whenever there is a boat, the dolphin needs space to escape from the boat. So this wide and deep rivers provides it that refuge. Now we discuss about the method of behavioral response to boat traffic and temporal avoidance. For behavioral response, we have deployed F-pods, which are anchored to the boat, and we have used F-pods because they classify the dolphins, and we don't have to manually go and classify the whether it was a dolphin or not. It has its own classifier, unlike the broadband hydrophone. And for temporal avoidance, we used camera traps. Camera traps were placed opposite to the bank, facing the pods, to record the movement of boat traffic. And the boat traffic does not instigate the capture response, so we placed it at a 10-second time lapse. So the study was done in River Hooghly, in the non-tidal and the tidal areas, in various degree of boat traffic, and we know that Hooghly is a part of National Waterways 1, and there is a lot of development going on in the National Waterways. And the total number of boats that we've seen in Hooghly is 12.3 per kilometer. Large boats are mostly restricted up to Kolkata port, which is 0.5 per kilometer, and small boats are 6.84 per kilometer, which is highest among the Ganges dolphin range, habitat range. So ferry traffic is also very high in River Hooghly because it is a cheaper and faster mode of transportation. Most people, while going to their office, especially people from West Bengal might know Howrah and Shivpur, it's very easy to cross via ferry rather than take a bus or a train. And also this image here to your upper left, it shows so many people. So there is a chance of accidents as well, which we'll talk about in the last slides, because Assam government has taken action on this and given a Jibondinga scheme so that have upgrade a engine and they can avoid collision and have certain parameters in check, like there are no life jackets on this boat. So if anything happens, like in our study area in Rupnarayan, one boat capsized and many people drowned. So this is the general activity pattern of dolphin, and as you can see, they're mostly active during the noon time. This data is from Kaziranga, where no boats are present. So before we come to high frequency noise, so whenever there is boat activity present, there is a shift in the peak of dolphin activity. Just move on to the next slide. Soundscape is also recorded alongside dolphin behavior. Wherever the pods were placed for recording the acoustic behavior of sound, we have deployed broadband hydrophone as well. Whenever the boat was sighted, we recorded the first sighting of distance, the closest point of approach, and when no boat was sighted, we have recorded the ambient. Ambient is therefore the site where no boat was present. Then we match the time of the soundscape recording as with the activity of the dolphin, and we analyze the data in R. So we have seen a 50 decibels rise in the sound level of the river due to motorized boat. Although there are variations among the different categories of the boat, there is a drastic increase from ambient to small size category. And special size categories are hovercrafts, which are very low in numbers, and patrolling boats, which are high in speed, and the frequency of occurrence is also very low. So we have done a small experiment using the different country crafts that are used in an area, and we have seen that the country craft that is equipped with the marine engine produces lower level of sounds than the local made engines. And at a lower speed, the sound pressure is low, and at a higher speed, the sound pressure is more. We have performed a multiple factor analysis, and we can see that the ambient is quite different from when the boat is present, especially when there are multiple boats present. The centroids of ambient when no boat is present and when multiple boat is present is quite distinct and quite large. You can see the distance. So one boat, two boat might not.
You have to complete Gargi.
Okay, so next is classification tree. So whenever the boat is, whenever the frequency of dolphin is more than 157, there is high probability that the boat is present, and whenever the frequency is less than 157 and interclick interval is less than 12,000, the probability of boat absent is high. So with presence of boat, there is 30 to 60% rise in frequency, and with the presence of boat, there is 150 to 350% rise in interclick interval. So my conclusions are passive acoustic monitoring can be used for relative abundance. Sound level in river rises drastically whenever a boat passes, and dolphin uses higher frequency and higher interclick interval in presence of anthropogenic noise. And speed regulation and engine upgradation of country craft will help reduce sound levels. I thank West Bengal Forest Department and of MOFCC, Forest Department of UP, Bihar and Assam, my Campa Dolphin team, Dean, Director, Registrar, everyone else. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Gargi. The last talk of this session will be by Mohit Mudliar. And Mohit is our WI alumni. He has completed his Masters in Wildlife Science at WI. And since 2019, he has been involved in this IDWH Marine Turtle program. Over to Mohit.
Am I audible or pointer me? Hello, check, yeah. This is the pointer. To right, this is. Okay, thank you, sir, for the introduction. I am Mohit, and today I'll be talking about the only group of reptiles that are found from the tropical to the temperate waters of the world's ocean. These turtles, of these 7 turtles, I will be focusing mainly on the smallest. of the smallest species that is a very common visitor of the Indian coast for nesting. Now, olive-bellied turtles are famous for their behavioral dimorphism in nesting. These turtles, like other species, can nest solitarily, and it happens all along the Indian coast, while the Aribada nesting, where hundreds and thousands of turtles, is restricted to the coast of Odisha. This is a very magnificent event where you can see hundreds and thousands of turtles coming there. And at the same time, you see a lot of focus has been gone on these species since 1975. We have population assessments happening for these turtles from 1975. There are long-term projects of the department, the forest department, as well as by the different organizations like Dakshin Foundation, who are doing proper assessment for the last 12 years, and we have numbers for these turtles. But what about the solitary nesting turtles that comes to the whole of Indian coast? What are their numbers? Just like these turtles, these numbers are very sporadic. We have information for different parts of the coast from the different years, but we don't have an overall information on what happens to in the whole Indian coast. One of the first work of Pan-India assessment was taken up way back in 2000s when the turtles were in the focus of conservation due to mass mortality in Odisha. The Government of India UNDP project, which was led by Wildlife Institute of India, undertook assessment of the whole Indian coast of all the sea turtles and identified what are the important nesting beaches where the turtles nest. And very importantly, during this project, the forest departments were trained on hatchery management practices so that the nest can be protected from predation and from inundation. But how do we cover a coastline? Okay, but what were the number of turtles was still not known. The olive-bellied turtles, today we will be putting some light on the number of nests that happens along the mainland India coast. It is important for us to know, given that the India is signatory of the IOSCA MOU for sea turtles under CMS, and we do have a marine turtle action plan. And the population assessment is one of the main objectives of this whole management and action plan. Under the same thing, we also have the sea turtles added in the list of IDWS species to understand to assess their population and monitor their population. We are taking up assessment for the whole of Indian coast, but today I will be only talking about the olive-bellied turtles that nest in solitude along the different latitudes of India. We will be giving the status of turtles from both the coast, but for that we had to cover almost 6,100 kilometers of Indian coastline. We know forest departments are doing conservation activities all along the Indian coast, and to assess where are these activities focused and how many places we have monitoring, we covered the whole coast of India from Gujarat till West Bengal, identified the beaches where the sea turtles hatcheries are there. We visited the forest department and took information on the nesting. We found that majority of nesting happens from Maharashtra to Odisha for olive-bellied turtles, and Gujarat we have mostly green turtles nesting there. So we also found that the forest department data collection is not standardized, and every place we have different ways the data is being collected. So we undertook a series of workshops all along the Indian coast, training the frontline staff on systematic data collection, and then we trained almost 700 department staff. We found 26 important beaches, and the project personnels were appointed there to take focal monitoring, collecting detailed information on the nesting data, the seasonality, and the habitat where the turtles are nesting. And today, standing here, I am not only representing this project, but I am representing 8 forest departments, under which more than 1,500 people walk every night in these beaches, covering 1.5 lakh kilometers of coastline in 30,000 monitoring nights from 265 beaches. With such a humongous effort, we found that along the Indian coast, there are 13,312 solitary nests that were recorded by the forest departments. But is it same across the whole of the Indian coast? Not really. When we see the east coast and west coast separately, we have east coast with longer beaches, with a lot of river being flown there. We have almost double the number of nests from compared to west coast. On the east coast, we have around 9,500 nests, while on the west coast, we have 3,800 nests. Each turtle do not nest only once. There are turtles that can nest multiple times, and from that estimate of 2.5 nests per turtle, the population comes to around 5,325. When we look at the state-wise distribution, we see that on the west coast, the Maharashtra have the most number of nesting, while on the east coast, we have Andhra Pradesh with almost 5,000 nests, which is half of the number of turtles recorded for the east coast. We know there is a lot of nesting that happens in Odisha, but we are getting a much low number because from the focal beaches, we found that almost 25 to 50% of the nests are getting predated by the jackals, the wild pigs, and the dogs. And given that the department is not recording that information on the predation, we are getting a gross underestimate of the turtles that nest in the Odisha coast. But do these turtles know, are they nesting in Odisha or Andhra Pradesh? No. For a turtle, these boundaries do not matter. What really matters is how far they are from the equator. The latitudinal gradient is known that a lot of environmental characteristics change along the latitudes, and we do see a large chunk of population, which is 4 lakh turtles, which nest in Eribada, only going and nesting on the northernmost part of the east coast. So we wanted to check if there is a gradient in nesting when we move from northern coast to the from southern coast to the northern coast. We divided the coast into different latitudinal belt bins, and we saw how many turtles nest there. On the west coast, very clearly we can see a lot of turtles are nesting on the northern latitudes, while it is not so clear for the eastern coast, given that from the Odisha a lot of data is been missing. We looked at how many turtles nest and what is the latitude of those beaches. So beach-wise nesting, when we modeled, we see that there is a significant positive relationship. And very similarly, even for the east coast, we do see that there is a significant positive relationship, but we do get a very less fit, which is mainly because in the smaller areas with the very similar latitudes, there can be turtles going specifically to beaches, deciding on based on the habitat characteristics, the river mouths, and how the river mouths are positioned there. Given that olive ridley turtles do prefer river mouths, and all the Eribada nesting is actually from the river mouth areas only, we looked at how many rivers are present along the different latitudinal bins, and what is the average size of those rivers. You can very clearly see along the Maharashtra coast, you have 80% of the nesting happening along the Konkan region, where you have the most number of rivers, and again with a much wider width. Similarly, on the east coast, we see the nesting is concentrated in latitudes where 4 major rivers of India drains out. You can see the peak in nesting happens where the Mahanadi is present, where Godavari and Krishna pours its water, and the Kaveri in the southern eastern coast. So from here we could see that yes, there is turtles going for the northern latitudes and selecting river mouths, and their distribution is based on that. But while exploring that data, we also saw that there is some difference in the seasonality of turtles nesting along the Indian coast. If you look at the 18 degrees here, below 18 degrees, where all of the west coast nesting beaches falls, and a lot of the eastern coast beaches fall, we see the turtle nesting peaks during the February. It starts from the January and goes up till March. But for the northern coast, which is basically northern Andhra Pradesh and the Odisha, you see a sharp shift towards the months of March, and with almost no nesting happening in the January and February. What could be the reason for the same? We know in terrestrial ecosystem, the ambient temperature decreases as we move north from the equator, and in the waters, the same thing actually takes place. We saw we plotted the sea surface temperature for the different latitudes, and we see the upper latitudes from 18 degrees to 21 degrees, there is a very sharp fall in the temperature during the January and February season. The temperature which was present in February for the southern eastern coast and the western coast was reaching in the northern part of the east coast way later in March and April. And that could be the reason why even this year we saw the Aribada happening much later in the month of April. From this, we can clearly say that in India, the olive-bellied turtles nest based on what latitudes they are there, where the river mouths are, and their seasonality changes with the temperature of those waters. Given that we only have, we found that 13,500 nests in India, but again we also know that there is a lot of predation rate, and we can easily, we should add about 2,500 to 3,000 nests which have been gone unnoticed from beaches where there is no monitoring or due to the predation, and with this we come up with a overall average of 6,000 to 7,000 solitary nesting turtles that nested in 2024. Now this data is only for this year. Every year there can be shifts because of El Nino, La Nina effects, and this gives us an opportunity to bring this data into a larger national database where our data from departments can be stored yearly, and with very much of details we can see how the nestings are shifting in the coming years. With this, I would like to acknowledge the following. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohit. And with the permission of the chair, now we will take questions. I would request all the speakers to come onto the stage and take the questions.
Yeah. This is the question for Gargi Roy. She would step, please. The question is about the noise from the boats. Under what circumstances would you make the case for adaptation versus a case for active management of the boat traffic? The questionnaire, Mr. Madhusudan, could you please repeat the question if I could not take the question correctly?
So, if I understood you correctly, you're saying that dolphins might be adapted to the traffic?
Next we'll take Dr. Johnson's question. So I'll place it and then
Dolphins are taking care of dealing with the disturbance. The other is to say, no, this is causing a problem, so we have to actively manage and change the disturbance that is being caused by boats. So under what circumstances would you say, let's just leave it to the dolphins? Under what circumstances would you say we have to actively intervene and manage?
So the change in the frequency and interclick interval, though it may look very not that much of changes occurring, but even that slight change in its behavior may have a huge cost metabolically. So we have not tested for metabolic response of dolphin. So they might be very stressed whenever a boat is passing. So right now the traffic is still managed. The frequency of the large boats only operate whenever there is a tidal movement going on. So it's not operating throughout the day. So there is still time zones when the boat is not operating, and wherever there are wider channels, there are space for the dolphin to also avoid the direct zone of the boat movement. So if we can maintain that, I should not say that dolphins won't have a problem, they will, but for how long? So if I could show you this graph again, the multiple factor analysis graph, you see one boat might not be causing, although it does cause a lot of a change in the echolocation behavior, but when there are multiple boats, the centroid has changed quite a lot. So if we can manage traffic, we can help Ganges dolphin. But if the traffic is unaccounted for and there's no space for the dolphin to escape, definitely it's going to be difficult. Did I answer your question?
Thank you, Gargi, and thank you, Madhu. There are a couple of questions for Dr. Johnson. Dr. Johnson.
So it's a question from Ramesh sir. Does e-flow make part of a CIA-CSS study of the river basin? And do small hydroelectric power projects also impact on the e-flow?
Yeah, so thank you for the question. All the CA project, cumulative impact study, now it is mandate actually. So they have to conduct e-flow assessment. They come to Ministry for appraisal or the screening. That is the time Ministry of Environment and Forest, EA, the members, they will scrutinize actually whether they have used the appropriate model, especially a habitat rating model they should take. If the particular area is having conservation significant species like dolphin or gharial or any other species, they have to come up with habitat suitability that should be inbuilt into the model. So that has been streamlined, and under Ministry of Environment and Forest, EA division, they are very clearly monitoring. But small hydroelectric project, there is no such regulation so far. Still, whatever the way it is happening. But some of the state voluntarily they come forward and they have recommended some flow. For example, Himachal, they have recommended a 10% some of the small, that means less than 20 megawatt projects. So they have recommended 15%, 10% in some of the high altitude region. Region wise, this has been recorded. That's all from my side.
The second question is from Dr. Jagdish.
E-flow is most often thought about only for the dry season, but e-flow in wet season is important for sediment supply and mobility, which is impacted by the dams. Would you be able to comment on incorporating wet season on e-flow in the future?
Yeah, thank you. You are absolutely right, actually. We need actually seasonal flow, and not only the particular season, seasonal flow actually. Normally, river will have a different peak actually, even monsoon peak, even lean season also, especially the Himalayan region, snow melt also, it's one of the clue actually. And ideally, seasonal flow is, wherever we suggest actually. In fact, the study we have done, it is a pilot study where only lean season area we have done assessment. So that was recommended. But of course, they have to go for seasonal. 52% means lean season we have recorded. Similar level, they have to give it for the monsoon also. Similar level, they have to given to the intermediate season. So 50% is like a fixed one. So seasonal flow should be released in the system. That is the correct way. Then only the animal attain the biological requirement. Hope, I think you are one of the hydrologists. Happy to get your comments also.
You can discuss over lunch, Dr. Johnson, and that's it for you.
Thank you.
Next question is from Inspector General Wildlife. This is for Oshni, Dr. Oshni.
Yeah, the question is that are pinches found effective for dugong for reducing the bycatch?
Thank you for the question. For bycatch, not really. They have done studies, but then it doesn't reduce bycatch for dugongs.
Thank you, Ashni. And Mohit, you have again a question from Ramesh Pandey, sir.
Don't you think the interference drawn in this case of solitary nesting of olive ridley turtles or should or can be compared with the Concy turtle in Gujarat to corroborate the result? Could you get the question?
Yeah, so the green turtles that nest in Gujarat, actually in anywhere, when we see the green turtles are a very different turtle. They usually select for the areas on the islands. And Gujarat makes a very distinct case where you don't have any rivers along the Saurashtra coast. And that is the area where the turtles are going and selecting. Well, the olive ridley turtles are very different in the way of selection of their nesting sites. And they are mostly focused on nesting near the river mouths, while green turtles are focused on nesting near in the areas with reefs or even rocky intertidal areas. So they too differ a lot in their ecology. I hope this answers the question.
Thanks, Mohit. Final question is from ADG Wildlife.
Wildlife Institute should undoubtedly species specific for designing the turtle excluded devices TED for Indian fishing vessels, both traditional fishing nets and trawl and feed.
Yes, I think Gopi sir is the better person to tell you. He was having a project where he looked at the impact of.
So it's a valid suggestion, sir. I think we'll consider that, sir. Yeah. We have long back, we did this study on turtle excluded device efficacy in Orissa coast. That was long back in 2001. So, yeah.
Well, we had, in fact, I think there has been extensive studies undertaken for the olive turtles, but I think as an applied, what you call program, one of the biggest threat is bycatch, both for traditional and for the trawling fleet. And if you see Indian fisheries, in fact, 100% of the catch is sold in the market. So, of course, this species is a bycatch. Internationally, there are a lot of TEDs model, and I think it is high time that we need to bring out a specific TED which has. One of the disadvantage of TEDs is it has a lot of losses, catch loss for the fishermen, for the fishers. So I think we need to actually seriously put in a lot of efforts. So that, what will happen, in fact, the fishers will actually use it, and for us, it is actually conservation. Currently, even probably marine fishing exports to US is banned because India is not using TEDs. And the only institute which is actually putting some effort into this is the Central Institute of Fisheries Technology. So I think either CAFT along with Wildlife Institute, in case we can collaborate, and then develop this thing, I think that will be quite a good investment which can actually go for this species actually.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Pandey, sir.
Yes. I just want to bring some more points regarding my question. Why I asked that why shouldn't we look into the nesting of green sea turtle before inferring that the ambient temperature of the water is affecting the nesting of the turtles, because 1/3 of the solitary nesting of the olive ridley turtles are happening on the western coast, and that too the northern point of 21 degree, which is a common area for the green sea turtles as well. So, and Saurashtra and Gujarat is the longest coast area which we are having in any of the state, which is not part of the study which is being confined for the olive ridley turtle. Therefore, drawing an inference,
in which the common areas are there, in which the 1/3 of the turtles are nesting solitary on the western coast, that too to the 21 degree of the north, cannot just be ruled out that the ecology of the turtles are different. Thank you.
Mohit, you want to comment?
Yes, sir. Actually, under this project, the IDWS project, we are undertaking the assessment of all the sea turtle species. And we do have a team right now who is monitoring the sea turtle nesting in the Gujarat coast. So this year, we only found 2 olive lily nests from Gujarat coast. And we do have people monitoring the number of nests. And right now, it is the season for green turtle nesting there.
Thank you all of you. I think that's the end of the question and answer session. Over to the chairperson.
I would like to thank the presenters. I thank you for the quality of your presentation, for the science, for your drive, for your commitment. In a way, the passion that you have displayed in your conclusions, and in a way as well, indirectly, the compassion that you have shown towards ecology as a whole. Thank you very much. I think in the interest of time, we'll close it here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. As a token gesture, sir, we have little packet for you to carry to Delhi. I request my colleague, Dr. Vishnupriya, please give the memento. It's not a memento, please give the gift to Sri Ravi Singh, Secretary General, WWF India. To Sri Samyak Samantray, a very young and energetic officer from Government of Orissa, and very short notice, just one night. I was thinking that ministry has given 4-5 days notice, we'll have a difficulty in organizing the program, but he just came in one night's notice. Thank you. And to Dr. Gopi Jivi, my colleague. Thank you. There are a couple of announcements. One thing is you might be seeing this camera doing things like this, focusing on many people. So please do not press the button, only one person at a time, so that camera doesn't get confused. So let's give some respect to the camera. So only person who is speaking should press the button, then just wait 5 seconds and press your button. We'll break for lunch now. We will assemble here at say 2:40. Let's reassemble here, and then do not plan anything for dinner, because we have the official dinner after today's event gets over.
पहले नहीं जाता था स्लीप मोड में, अब जाने लगा ये। दो बार, हाँ 2 बार हो, एक बार मैं ऑन करके आया, एक बार ये।
दो स्पीकर इधर और वो स्क्रीन बड़ी दो ये छोटे छोटे और छोटा कर दो इनकी ज़्यादा जरूरत नहीं ये हो गया ये क्वेश्चन हाँ और छोटा कर दो मुझे जूम अगर बताना है तो फिर शक्ल वैरायटी अच्छा वो कैमरे से दोनों कैमरे लेने पड़ेंगे हाँ दो कैमरे मेन स्क्रीन नहीं आ रहा है इसमें फर्स्ट हाँ ठीक हो गया देखो बढ़िया हाँ इसको फोकस और बड़ा करना रिसेट नहीं है इसमें ऑप्शन अगर प्लेस ऑप्शन वो सही हो जाएगा कट कर देंगे जब आ गया ना विजुलाइजर ऑन करके होता है जरा विजुलाइजर ऑन करना है अब सही हो गया ना देखो वैसे और छोटा भी कर सकते हो पता है स्पीकर नहीं एनुअल रिसर्च में आएगा ना क्वेश्चन तो किसमें आएगा इस पर आएगा हाँ ठीक है तो स्पीकर है बढ़िया हाँ ये ठीक है हाँ ये क्या एक स्पीकर यहाँ तो करना पड़ेगा जब इसको हम इस पर चेंज करते हैं तब इसको उस पर कर दो इस पे ना वो मैंने देखो ये दबाया ना वो ARS आ गया बाकी नहीं वो तो क्या दबाया ये दबाया मैंने ऑफ कर रहा है ना अच्छा इसी में ना 3 पे आ गया इस पे नहीं हो सकता ना इस वाला है सेकंड हाँ ये वाला है लाइव आवाज आ रही होगी वहाँ पे माइक बंद हो गया आपका ऑफ करूं
Good afternoon. Welcome back after lunch. We have a very engaging session after lunch, and that's why deliberately we have kept these talks after lunch so that you stay awake. And we have a very wide range of topics, starting from the deserts of Jaisalmer to the rainforests of Arunachal. So we have 5 presentations in this session, and to chair this session, I request Sri J.S. Jasbir Singh Chauhan, former Chief Wildlife Warden of Madhya Pradesh. Sri Chauhan is a 1987 batch forest officer of Madhya Pradesh cadre, and he did his PG diploma in wildlife management from this very institute way back in 1994-95. I had just started my research career that time, and to assist him with this session, I request Sri Rakesh Jagania, Deputy Inspector General Wildlife, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, and my colleague Dr. K. Ramesh to co-chair this session. Over to you, Dr. Ramesh, Mr. Jagania and Chauhan Sahab.
So good afternoon, everyone. Without taking much time, I hand over the session to the session chair, Chauhan Sahab.
Thank you, Dr. Bibas and Dr. Ramesh. Species recovery program is something which is extremely important now. Some states have been doing some good job, and but still we need to do a lot about many species that are untouched. I mean, not in so not so important being perceived as of now. Like, say, for example, caracal is one such species which the institute and the government, both the government of India, the state governments, need to focus on. Likewise, there are many other species also which needs it needs attention of the governments. So I am looking forward here for the presentations, and I see some very good presentations here. For now, I just finish with this and then just hand over. Would you like to say something? Yes, sir. Rakesh, if you want to say something.
So thank you, sir. I think the session itself is a recovery. I think post-lunch, I think the hall needs recovery. If some volunteers can actually tell people to bring them all to the hall. So as we see, I mean, Dr. Bivash already explained, it's a very diversity of presentations. So the first one is going to be from Ms. Tushna, so who's basically a veterinarian working in this Bustard project for quite some time. And she's been working in this project since 2017. This is one of the flagship project of the Institute, the Great Indian Bustard Recovery Project. Over to you, Tushna. You have 15 minutes. I request you to stick to time.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll be sharing some learnings from the Bustard Recovery Program. And this program started in collaboration with MOFCC, Wildlife Institute of India, and Rajasthan Forest Department. We have our technical partners, IFHC, that is International Fund for Hubara Conservation. So the Great Indian Bustard is a critically endangered bird that was earlier spread to western, central, and southern parts of India, but is now restricted in small pockets of Gujarat, Maharashtra, Karnataka, and Andhra Pradesh. The only viable population that is left in Rajasthan, in Jaisalmer district, of approximately 128 individuals. So the population earlier crashed in 1960s and 70s due to hunting, and later the mortality increased over time, and the numbers were brought down to around 140 individuals. It's a dry grassland species that occupies mosaic of tall and short grasses, and it's an omnivore that prefers feeding on insects, especially during the breeding season. So the breeding biology of the bustards is very peculiar, where the males display from arenas and have a gular pouch, and the females nest on open grounds, as you see in the picture. They generally lay one egg in the wild, but sometimes there are 2 eggs in the clutch. and there is a high nest failure and juvenile mortality in the Great Indian Bustard in the wild. And one good thing that we found from tag data is that the females relay up to 4 times if the year is good. That is, with high rainfalls, there is a chance that the female will relay the nest if it is predated. The peak nesting happens between June and July. So the Bustard recovery program was formulated to save the critically endangered bird. And so it's a case-selected species. So what happens is that although the juvenile mortality is high, but once the chick reaches around 90 days of age, the probability of it surviving to adulthood is very high. So when adults are taken out from the population, like by hunting or recently due to power lines, what happened is that the population crashed. So the program was formulated to target these three major effects, that is to increase breeding in the wild. The Desert National Park predator-proof enclosures were made, which prevented the predators like dogs to enter, and it revived the grasslands. As you see in the picture, the area that is inside the enclosure is very green compared to the other area, which is overgrazed. So this was to improve the recruitment in the wild. Along with that, to reduce mortality, adult mortality, the major cause right now for adult mortality that we are finding is high tension power lines. So the power lines were mapped in the Bustard areas in Rajasthan, and what we found is that the high tension lines that were advised to be underground and the other lines were mapped, and power line bird flight diverters were installed. So the third step, that is the conservation breeding program, was as a safety net to keep the population in captivity till we find safe habitats to release the birds back into the wild. So I'll be focusing on the conservation breeding program. So the conservation breeding program started in 2019 by collecting nests from the wild. It's a collaborative effort between MOFCC, Rajasthan Forest Department, and implementing agency WII. We would locate nests by sitting at vantage points and observing bird behavior. Once the nest was located, the team, one or two members would go and collect the nest in foam padded box to avoid any jerky movements, and it was brought slowly to the conservation breeding center in Sum. This is the conservation breeding facility in Sum, which is a modified forest jockey. And once the egg is brought into the conservation breeding center, it is put in the artificial incubators and is monitored regularly till it hatches, which is around 22 days. This is a chick that is around a week old, and gradually the chicks are then kept outdoors and imprinted on humans. These birds are highly imprinted as they will not be released. They will be the ones that will be in captivity. This imprinting is important so that the birds remain stress-free and we can monitor their health. So we produce live feed at our conservation breeding centers. We produce mealworms, crickets, and mice. This is a high protein diet that they require, especially during growth. This is the Ramdevra facility, which is a little bigger, and we will be constructing the rewilding aviary there. It also has a veterinary unit which is operational, and we are training our male birds for artificial breeding. So to give an update of the program, we have 44 birds in captivity right now, of which 16 are from this season, that is 2024, that is they are less than 1 year of age. We have 16 birds that are between 1 to 3 years of age, and 12 birds above 3 years of age. We collected 42 eggs from the wild, of which 40 hatched, and 31 individuals are surviving. We have had 13 natural breeding success in the Sum conservation breeding facility, and 6 females and 3 males are sexually mature. So going to the growth aspect of the birds, it is extremely important to monitor growth in the conservation breeding program, as only the ones that grow properly and are healthy and stress-free are the ones that are going to breed. So we focus on growth and monitor it regularly. So growth is influenced by 4 factors, mainly genetics, hormones, nutrition, and environment. So in the nutrition aspect, we provide an omnivorous diet constituting of balanced pellets that is manufactured specially for bustards. We provide a high protein diet, especially during growth phase and during reproduction. So we provide mealworms, cricket, and mice. Along with that, we provide seasonally available fruits and vegetables and leafy greens like alfalfa and mustard. Along with that, environment plays an important role where we control the temperature of the room where the chicks are kept initially and gradually introduce them to the outdoors as they develop the ability to thermoregulate. Imprinting is a very important aspect. As you see in the video, the technician is walking the chicks. Also, the exercise that is provided is essential for the muscular and bone growth. So these are the chicks that are imprinted on the humans, and this helps them be stress-free in the captive environment. So how do we measure growth? We weigh the birds and measure them regularly. The frequency is more when they are young, and as they get older, we reduce the frequency of the measurements. So weighing is done as you see in the picture. The bird is lured onto the weighing scale, which is under the black carpet area, by tempting them with mealworms, and the weight is recorded. And measurements are taken more frequently when they are young, and as they age, around 9 months of age, the skeletal development is over, so we take till that age. What we are finding from the morphometric parameters is that there is a similar growth in both male and female chicks till they are approximately 2 months of age. As you see, there is a linear growth in the first 2 months, and then there is a clear sexual dimorphism that we see in both male and female chicks. The males are heavier and grow for a longer period. That is, they keep growing till around 9 months of age, while the females, they grow, are smaller and they grow till approximately 4 months of age. This is the skeletal growth, and these are some of the measurements that we take. Similarly, the weight gains are also very clearly seen where the males and females both grow rapidly in the first 1.5 years of age. And after that, the females stagnate at around 4 kgs, while the males keep growing till they reach around 8 kgs of weight, and that happens around 3 years. So what we found is that the trophy hunted males, which were targeted to be the bigger males, were the ones that were targeted for hunting. They weighed between 8 to 14 kgs, while the captive males we are seeing, they weigh around 6.5 to 12 kgs. While the wild females that we have tagged have weighed between 3.9 to 4.2, which is very similar to the captive females, that is 3.5 to 5.5 kgs. Both these parameters are essential to monitor, and we can infer that the growth is very rapid in the initial 1 year, especially during the first 2-3 months, where the wild birds will nest in areas which are resource abundant, so that the female can raise the chicks and provide the nutrition that is required for rapid growth in the initial 2 months, as the chicks cannot fly for longer distances, that is. Okay, so coming to once the birds are healthy and have grown, they breed. So what we are finding is that the males mature between 2 to 3 years of age, while the females above 2.5 years of age. And we are also seeing a correlation with the weights, where the males that are heavier are the ones that are breeding, and similarly the females that are heavier are the ones that are breeding. So males between 8.8 to 12 kgs are the ones that are breeding, while the females between 4.3 to 5.5 kgs are the ones that are breeding. The signs of breeding include display both in males and females, aggression, territoriality, and additionally the females sit down in front of us, to show that they are ready for breeding. What is happening? So along with that, the females also show restlessness and increase the calcium consumption just before egg laying. So this is a short video of the breeding display. This is in the wild, the male GIB. As you see, the arena is flat land that is visible to all the females, and there's a clear gular pouch. This is in captivity. And similarly, this is a female. So this is a natural breeding event in some facility where the male pecked on the female's head and beak for around 15 minutes before he sits down on the hawk and then mounts the female. And the female gets up and ruffles the feathers. So along with natural breeding, we are also focusing on artificial breeding techniques. We have 6 males in Ramdevra and 3 males in Sam that are being trained on the dummy for semen collection. Along with that, we have been successful in collecting semen from 2 males in Ramdevra this season. As you saw, the video is of a sperm sample from one of the males, and there is high motility in the sperms. So we are going to attempt artificial insemination in the next few months, and we will probably get success, and we will store the semen and use it for better captive management in the later years. So to conclude, the project performance so far has been such that there is a high, on the graph on the left you see that there is survival plotted against time. So there is very high survival in the initial period, that is around 95% of the chicks survive the first 250 days, while it gradually reduces to around 85% in the 500 days. And we are seeing that the adults survive at the rate of 70%. Comparing that with other bustard breeding programs across the globe, we are seeing that the pink one is the best possible programs, that is the top 25% of the bustard breeding programs all over the world. Green is the full range of the bustard breeding programs. Blue is the GIB program. And purple one on the right is the learning phase of any program, that is the first 3 years where the survival is expected to be less. Although we are in the learning, we just passed the learning phase, we are way above in the egg and juvenile stage compared to the best possible programs. So we are seeing that the eggs, above 75% of them are hatching, which is including the infertile eggs, which is a very high number, and we are not sure if the other programs are including infertile eggs in their statistics. In the juvenile stage also, we are way above the best possible breeding programs for bustards, where around 95% of them are surviving the juvenile stage. Although in the adult stage, we are at the average of the full range of bustard conservation breeding programs, this is likely to improve as we have modified our approach and husbandry to better suit the program. So continuing, in 2023 and 2024, we have naturally bred the birds at the Conservation Breeding Center, and Rajasthan Forest Department is securing habitats in the Desert National Park. In 2025, we will scale up breeding by doing artificial insemination, while Rajasthan Forest Department will develop the rewilding aviary, in which we will train birds for release, and secure more habitats in the Pokhran field firing range and northern parts of DNP. It is advised that the other range states identify around 200 square kilometer area that is suitable for release, so that in future the birds can be released in those areas. These areas can be a mosaic of grasslands as well as agricultural lands. And in 2026, we will continue artificial breeding, train birds for release, and pilot release birds in Rajasthan for the first time in 26. And the other range states can simultaneously build 2 to 3 enclosures of around 5 to 10 square kilometers, and restore them as grasslands, and mitigate threats around these enclosures. In 27-28, we will scale up breeding, train more birds for release more birds in Rajasthan, and in other range states, we will do a pilot release in at least one state, but it will depend on how the birds survive, and we will monitor them and mitigate threats as they turn up. So I would like to acknowledge the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Rajasthan Forest Department, the WII administration, and our collaborators for this beautiful project. Thank you.
Thank you so much for dot on the 15 minutes. So yeah, we'll call you later for the question. So the next presenter in this session is Mr. Shekhar Shakar, who is a zoologist from President's University of Calcutta. He's been working in one of the projects of Institute, which is looking at augmenting tiger population in Bustard Tiger Reserve. Over to Shekhar.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. So, as we all know, India is the leading tiger country in the world and holds 70% of the global tiger population. But still, there are some tiger reserves in India which were among the first set of tiger reserves, but now suffering from low tiger density. So, Buxa Tiger Reserve in West Bengal is one such tiger reserve. So, Buxa is a pride of North Bengal. So, once having a sizable number of tiger, but now the tiger number gradually decreased over the years. So, what was the reason behind this? So, as we have seen, human colonization for the construction of railway tracks, roads, for dolomite mining, and poaching and hunting were some of the major reasons behind this. From the hunting record, it is found that in between 1930 to 1950, over 150 tigers were killed from the Buxa division alone. And by the time when it was declared the 15th Tiger Reserve in 1983, the tiger number was already declined. In 2010, All India Tiger Estimation reported there is no tiger in the reserve. But some reports suggested that there are tigers based on the indirect evidences, but there was no direct evidence of tiger. In 2018, West Bengal Forest Department initiated a project called Augmentation and Long-Term Monitoring of Tiger with the collaboration of National Tiger Conservation Authority, Wildlife Institute of India, and Global Tiger Forum, with the objectives of tiger recovery in the landscape. The overall objectives of the project were strengthening monitoring protocols, improve habitat quality, tiger augmentation from other source areas, capacity building of frontline staff, and development of a landscape plan in the context of tiger movement between Buxa and other protected areas. So WI, with the mandate to provide technical support, the objectives are institutionalizing the monitoring protocols, capacity building, and undertake post-release monitoring of tiger. So far, we have presented in different platforms outcomes of the project, including the ARS 2023. So today I am going to discuss about the current status of carnivores, prey, habitat, and people in Buxa Tiger Reserve. So Buxa, though it is a low-density tiger reserve, but it is known for its rich diversity in flora and fauna. Having an elevation gradient from 50 to 1800 meter, it is sharing its northern boundary with the country Bhutan and eastern boundary with the state Assam. And Buxa is also, there is a problem, human-elephant conflict is an acute problem in Buxa because of the presence of 37 forest villages inside the reserve and 34 tea gardens surrounding the tiger reserve. So what is the status of carnivore? To understand this, we did a camera trapping sampling over the years. In the recent year, we did camera trapping sampling in 239 locations, resulted 15,180 trap nights with an area of 436 square kilometer. We analyzed the data for the tiger reserve as well as for the microcore. What is microcore? So microcore is the center of the tiger reserve. It is identified for better management and conservation initiative over the years. So as you can see, Buxa showed a remarkable diversity of carnivore species from the from family Felidae to Canidae, Mastildae, Viveridae, and also along with some first photographic records. So as of now, 18 carnivore species has been recorded from the reserve. The relative abundance index showed that leopard showed the highest relative abundance compared to the other carnivores, and golden cat shows the lowest. When we compare this data in the microcore, because microcore was the area where every year the sampling was done. So this was a common area, so we try to understand how this relative abundance index is changing over the period. And we have found almost for all the species, the relative abundance is increasing, except for common palm civet and small Indian civet. From the species occurrence map, so in spite of having such diversity of carnivore species, it is showing that there is a spatial segregation among these species. For example, clouded leopard, golden cat, and marble cat, they are highly habitat specific. They are found in some small pockets of the reserve in the higher elevation of the tiger reserve, whereas leopard cat are distributed throughout the tiger reserve. We also did occupancy estimation, and we have found that among the carnivores, leopard shows the highest occupancy. 62% of the sample area is occupied by the leopard. So if we combine all the carnivore species, including the high occupancy of leopard, so it is an indication that Buxa can sustain the diverse carnivore community, including the large carnivores like tiger. So what is the current status of tiger? With the continuous effort by the team, in 2021, Buxa got a photographic capture of a male tiger after 30 years. The tiger stayed for a shorter period of time in the reserve, and it gradually started moving towards the western part of the landscape. And finally, it reached to Mahananda Wildlife Sanctuary, where there were 2 females were present in the captivity. But the source population of this male individual was not identified. In 2023, another male individual came to Buxa, and it stayed in the reserve for a longer time. It stayed for 3 months, and during this duration, we got 13 independent photo captures from 10 different locations of the same individual. And we found 4 kills, 1 sambar, 2 cattle, and 1 wild pig. After a continuous monitoring of 3 months, the tiger returned back towards Bhutan, following the same path. And this time, we got the source population. It has a match with the national data, and we have found that the source population is Manas Tiger Reserve in Assam. This indicates there is a presence of corridor in between Manas and Mahananda Wildlife Sanctuary along the Himalayan foothill. Also, as reported in the high altitude tiger by GTF, so there are presence of least cost path in between the Baksa and protected areas of Bhutan and Assam, and this incident also suggesting the same, and indicates that in future tiger recovery in Baksa is possible from the source population of Bhutan and Assam. Coming to the status of prey, for estimating the prey density, we did a distance sampling followed by camera trap. So distance sampling resulted that ungulate density in the reserve is 14.87 per square kilometer, majorly contributed by barking deer, gaur, and cheetah. Relative abundance showed barking deer and sambar showed the highest relative abundance compared to all other prey species. In the microcore, we have seen all the prey species are increasing in terms of relative abundance over the year. Same as carnivores, for the prey species, the occurrence map is showing that all majority of the prey species are mainly clustered to the center of the tiger reserve, that is the microcore, whereas barking deer is distributed throughout the reserve, and Himalayan sero and goral are habitats, elevation specific, they are found in high elevations. Prey augmentation as a part of prey recovery, since the initiation of the project, 1400 cheetahs have been released in the microcore of the reserve following a soft release and hard release protocol. Coming to the status of habitat and people. So last year what we presented, we tried to understand what are the suitable areas for tiger and other co-predators. We have found that the basic suitable habitat for this carnivore species are present, but the main problem is in the reserve is human disturbance. So over the last 5 years, the intensity of human disturbance is reduced, but cattle grazing, tree felling, firewood collection, these are still persist in surrounding the villages and in the fringe areas. So we did a survey to understand the zone of influences of these villages, and based on that, we recommended 3 villages, which are Jayanti, Bhutia Basti, and Gangutia, for immediate relocation. As a consequences, in Bhutia Basti and Gangutia, these 2 forest villages have been relocated, and the Jayanti is under the process. It is currently going on. As you can see from the photographs, these areas have been converted to grasslands, and within a very short period of time, within 5 months, the area become good habitat for the wild species. Also, in the last year, 290 hectare area has been converted to grassland by weed remover and seed dispersal. Also, we wanted to see what is the perception of the people towards the tiger reintroduction in Baksa. So we did a questionnaire survey in these 3 villages before relocation with the total 318 respondents. And based on logistic regression model, we have found that education, direct and indirect monetary benefits, and cooperation from forest department is positively influencing this attitude, where restriction to movement inside the forest, satisfaction with the compensation, and losses due to wildlife are negatively influencing. And we got 81% positive response in favor of tiger introduction in Baksa Tiger Reserve. So coming to the summary, in terms of habitat improvement, human disturbance has reduced over the year. Protection status has improved with active presence of field staff and entire reserve. In addition to natural recovery from disturbance-free area, certain identified areas under active recovery. Relocated villages are being worked for better habitat quality. Prey recovery, prey density has increased, especially in the microcore and more for sambar. Active prey augmentation has enhanced cheetah population in the reserve. Community support, which is a crucial part. So active community engagement have taken up. 81% people in the core are having a positive response towards tiger relocation. and 5 villages have been targeted for relocation, and 2 villages have been relocated, and these 2 villages have become an example for the landscape. Now more villages are coming forward for voluntary relocation. And finally, tigers are coming to Buxa frequently, which is indication that functional connectivity do exist with tiger areas in Bhutan and Assam. To conclude, I would say continuous pre-augmentation along with the existing wild ungulate density, effective protection by the trained staff, and support from the local community, tiger recovery in Buxa is possible by natural colonization or conservation translocation or together. Also, the tigers that came in Buxa previously, these tigers are male. So as we all know, the males are a long traveler in search of mate. So there is a possibility if in future a female tiger will be released in the reserve, there is a possibility these lone males will settle down in Buxa and it will colonize. And this will be a great study to understand the transboundary metapopulation dynamics of the species. Thank you.
Thank you, Shekhar, for saving time. Before calling upon other speaker, I just wanted to inform the House, if anybody has question, please write down on the slip on your desk and pass it on to us. So now the next speaker of the session is Mr. Bipin. He is an engineer to start with, but passionate wildlife biologist, and studied in NCBS and also been working with Wildlife Institute for quite some time. So he's been leading some of the important projects of the Institute. One is on the Great Indian Bustard, others on the Cheetah. Today he's going to talk about Cheetah. Over to you, Bipin.
Thank you, sir. Hello, everyone. It all began way back in 1950s with the constitution of Central Board for Wildlife of India, acknowledging the loss of cheetah from our country and expressing the willingness to revive them. The cheetah is an icon of large open natural ecosystems and the threatened species that live in them in our country, where by and large, forests, nature, and wildlife are worshipped, accepted, and tolerated. Almost a decade long of preparations, supported by strong political will and proficient government machinery, ensured that the cheetahs were brought back into the country. Thus began Project Cheetah to restore our nation's natural heritage and revive open natural ecosystems. The goal is to establish viable cheetah metapopulation in India by enhancing the biodiversity values and ecosystem services of open natural ecosystems using the cheetah as a flagship, and to win as well along with community support for conservation of managing human-wildlife interface in these areas. Also enhance the livelihood options of these large landscapes through eco-development and ecotourism, and also contribute to the larger cause of mitigating climate change through ecosystem restoration activities. Just to briefly update you on this, so 8 animals, cheetahs, came from Namibia in September and 2022, and 4 survive among them. And in a few months, 12 cheetahs came from South Africa, where 8 survived. And then during the last 2 years, 3 females littered about 17 cubs, and 12 survived among them. So currently 24 cheetahs with 12 adults, that is 7 females, 5 males, 12 cubs, which 5 females and 7 cubs are housed in various large soft release enclosures, wherein the area of the enclosures vary between half a square kilometer to 1.5 square kilometer. The cheetahs will be released into free-ranging conditions from mid-October in a planned and staggered manner. So far we have been monitoring cheetah. Additionally, we've been monitoring the ecosystem response of various ecological aspects of co-predators and prey. And additionally, for metapopulation management of the cheetah, a second site, which is Gandhi Sagar Wildlife Sanctuary, has been, the preparations are underway. All adult cheetahs are radio collared, So they are continuously monitored by the research team of WII and the forest department staff in Kuno. So far in the last 2 years, as you can see here, these are the species that have been predated by the cheetah, which include cheetal, and female and fawn of nilgai and sambar, black buck, chinkara, chausinga, peafowl and hare. So in the last 1 year, most of the cheetah were housed in these large soft release enclosures for various health reasons and management. So these enclosures harbor wild prey. They also, the park management also supplements cheetal into these enclosures, and the cheetahs hunt naturally. But from December 2023, 2 animals were released, one male and a female were released out into free-ranging conditions. So the detected kill rate, which is number of days per kill, what we saw in the soft release enclosure is between 4 days per kill to close to 8 days per kill. Whereas in free-ranging conditions, on an average, the cheetah took about 4 days per kill. So if you see the higher duration is likely due to the missed detections when small prey gets consumed faster or a coalition of cheetah male end up disposing the carcass relatively faster. So like in the soft release enclosure, majority of the prey is cheetal, and as you can see here, it's about 87% of the predations were of cheetal, whereas in free-ranging conditions, the male predated mostly on cheetal, but the female hunted quite a bit of goats. So we saw that higher predation was observed in mixed forest and in all 3 cases, whereas in the female, hunted additionally in scrub patches as well as in crop fields. So here you can see this is the cumulative movement of cheetahs in the landscape over the last 2 years. So you can see that it has crossed state borders multiple times. The farthest it has moved towards the southeast is about 200 kilometers. Based on the locations obtained from these radio-collared animals, so these 2 free-ranging ones from December 2023 onwards, we also calculated the space use. That's the movement of cheetah in the landscape, wherein the males ranged about close to 2,000 square kilometers, whereas the female ranged about 8,000 square kilometers. And on a daily basis, the cheetahs moved about 4 to 5 kilometers. Additionally, we also examined the habitat selection, and we found that the savanna grassland habitat is selected by the cheetah. Additionally, the oak forest, which is the open woodland forest, also is used by the cheetahs quite high. There's a dedicated team of veterinarians stationed in Kuno. Their activity is to daily monitor cheetahs to ensure the health and well-being of the animals. Additionally, when cases such as treatment for injuries, health issues, prophylaxis, the team also captures and immobilizes cheetahs. And in certain instances, when cheetahs venture into human habitations, unfavorable habitats, or across administrative boundaries in certain cases, they were captured and brought back into the protected area. So far, all the capture operations have been safely carried out without any untoward instances. Additionally, the veterinary team also facilitates and monitors breeding of cheetahs in large soft release enclosures and ensuring the well-being of mothers and cubs. A cub was abandoned by the mother last year, so the veterinary team has been rearing and rehabilitating the abandoned cheetah cub. As part of the project, also a SOP to deal with these the breeding cheetah females and well-being of the cubs has been published by together by the NTCA, MP Forest Department, and WII. So what you can see is on the graph out there is the growth of the cub, which is of 4 cubs. So you can see that it's for a period of 3 months, and the growth is quite normal. Also, the treatment, this is not the latest picture of the cub that you see down there, but it's almost 18 months old now. Most of the mortality that have happened, I mean, all the mortality that have happened is due to natural causes. There have been no instances of poaching nor road accidents, nor has there been any conflict with predators. The adult mortality, the annual mortality is about 20%. The expected, what envisioned in the action plan was about 50%, whereas cub mortality, what we've seen is close to 30%. But if you compare it to what is happening in the wild in range countries, it's way below where it is 70%. Some of the causes for mortality of adults have been renal failure, trauma, tick infestation, and in the case of cubs, it's been insufficient maternal care and paraplegia due to a fall from a height and runt. So just the journey so far, just to summarize, its early signs of success are seen with the addition of 12 cubs. The breeding suggests that the animals are coping and settling in the new environment. They are hunting normally and using a matrix of habitats. There have been losses such as mortalities, and there have been lessons learned from various challenges. And the cubs are at least 6 months old, and they're accompanying mothers in hunts. Beyond the cheetahs, like I mentioned earlier, we're monitoring the various ecological aspects of ecosystem response, but things such as abundance, space use, habitat selection, and spatial distribution of plethora of co-predators. We have, this is the recent assessment of leopard and hyena in Kuno. Leopard densities are quite high. Using a spatially explicit capture-recapture model, we found that it's about 27 individuals per 100 square kilometers, whereas there are about 10 hyenas per 100 square kilometers. We also have radio-collared various other smaller carnivores, including jungle cats, jackals, striped hyenas, and leopards. And we're also monitoring them and examining their space use as well as habitat selection. Additionally, we have carried out prey assessment. So here, cheetah was found to be the most abundant prey species in the area. Along with the trained field staff, what we have found is that there are about close to 18 cheetah per square kilometer. Additionally, cheetah also have been radio-collared for monitoring various aspects such as their behavior, their habitat selection as well. The endeavor to bring back the cheetah is also to ensure that the population survive and thrives. According to the action plan for introduction of cheetah in India, for long-term persistence of cheetahs, what we require is about 3 to 5 source populations managed as a meta-population according to the population viability analysis. So the second site for cheetah introduction, which is Gandhi Sagar Wildlife Sanctuary in Madhya Pradesh, has been identified. The area is about 368 square kilometers, 2 ranges of approximately the same size. And they are separated by Chambal River at the gorge of the dam. And so it's likely a barrier for animals, but this protected area is nestled inside a large savanna habitat, which is contiguous, of covering about 2,500 square kilometers. This area, for initial release of cheetahs, a predator-proof fence in the western range, what you can see on your left side, the orange line with red, that area has been earmarked for release of cheetahs initially. These are glimpses of some of the preparations where prey supplementation, construction of predator-proof fencing, as well as quarantine bomas. We have undertaken co-predator and prey assessment in this area, and we also found that the leopard density is quite high, wherein in the western range, it's almost close to 28 animals per 100 square kilometers. This exercise was also carried out with the support of the Forest Department. Additionally, prey assessment was also carried out, wherein we found that chinkara density inside the fenced area is close to about 8 animals per square kilometer. We also mapped the distribution of the species. Based on the recommendation of the project's steering committee, leopards are being captured and are being shifted out from this area. So far, 11 leopards have been moved out. They are also radio-collared, so about 4 of them, we are monitoring these animals also. An action plan for cheetah has been published for this based on the IUCN guidelines for introductions and conservation translocated locations, incorporating experiences from Kuno. So based on understanding of cheetah ecology and what we have seen from Kuno, cheetahs require about one prey animal approximately of cheetal size every 4 days. And the growth rate of cheetal is about 1.35, wherein based on the equation of by Keith, which is a full, what we have is calculated is the annual requirement is about 260 pungulate prey animals. So currently there are about 607,000 cheetal in Kuno, but also the leopard population is high. And we've been monitoring the area from quite a long time. So what we can see in those graphs, where the cheetal population has declined, whereas the leopard population is increasing. So this prey cannot sustain cheetah and leopard together for a very long time. Whereas in Gandhi Sagar, with the current prey population, it can support about 2 to 3 cheetahs currently. So there are certain actions that are required to sustain cheetah, which is supplementation of prey, such as mass capture from of blackbuck and nilgai from protected area, from agriculture fields, and also supplementation of cheetal from protected areas without hampering the source populations. And augmentation through in-house breeding, where multiple predator-proof breeding enclosures have to be constructed, and also habitat productivity and water availability has to be carried out. Now the cheetahs are going to start free-ranging, so a landscape management has to be undertaken. So a potential cheetah habitat of 5,000 square kilometers has been earmarked in Chambal region, including 3 states of Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Uttar Pradesh. So the entire landscape requires restorative inputs for habitat revival, prey revival, community programs, and monitoring and research on ecosystem response and human-wildlife interface, as well as managing the area as a interstate cheetah conservation complex. Let's just take 30 seconds. And there's no conclusion to this, because this is going to continue, the project will continue. This is the current team. So I'd like to, there are a lot of acknowledgements, but I would like to briefly thank the Prime Minister of this country and the Minister of Environment and Forest, and the Forest Departments of Madhya Pradesh, as well as the National Tiger Conservation Authority, the Ministry of Environment and Forest, as well as the Cheetah Project Steering Committee, the Expert Committee, and various other agencies. And here in WI, I'd like to thank the Director, Dean, and the Research Coordinator, as well as the Registrar. The 2 people I would like to thank here, I would like to remember on this day is Dr. M.K. Ranjit Singh and Dr. Jala, who have made sure to make this dream come true. So on this platform, this was the slide that was the final slide that I had put during 2012 and said that we would make this a reality. And here we are today. Thank you.
So, thank you, Upin. The next speaker is Dr. Vidya Adgur. He is our alumni. He studied MSc Wildlife Institute. After working with AT, he's been working with SACON as a faculty in the Landscape Ecology Department. He's going to talk about white-bellied heron. Over to you, Dr. Vidya.
Thank you, Dr. Ramesh, and good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to being here back after 20 years when I was giving my ARS in 2005. And this is really a good opportunity for me to come back and share some of my insights. So today I'm going to talk to you about a critically endangered bird called white-bellied heron. So far there are many studies documenting the occupancy, the abundance, habitat, but not the diet, which is the fish. So I'm going to tell you about how this bird is doing in the parts of Arunachal Pradesh. IUCN has classified this as a critically endangered. So far we have less than 60 individuals live, and the diet is mostly fish. It prefers torrential streams habitat, and generally people have reported it is found between 300 to 1500 meter elevations, mostly in the head streams of the northeastern part of our country. This is the old map given by Acharya. Try to map the distribution of this bird. So there are 2 distinct populations that currently we have. One is Bhutan and another is in Namdapha and Burma. What we see in the middle is a part of Brahmaputra, like Assam, we don't have any records since last few years. So currently there are two distinct genetic populations that we have in India. And of the 60, I think 30% is present in Bhutan, and less than 30 is in Arunachal Pradesh. The landscapes, this is a tropical evergreen forests, and it's really difficult terrain to walk in to identify and observe these birds. So under this DST funded project, the aim was to understand biotic and abiotic drivers of these birds by quantifying what are the riverine habitat characteristics that are important and what is the diet component, basically the fish. We also trying to understand, wanted to understand how anthropogenic factors, especially the fishing and sand mining being a very much prevalent all along the Himalayan rivers, is also driving a factor for the heron. And last but not the least, we also wanted to understand how local communities are dependent on the fish resources, which in turn will affect the heron. The study area spans from the Kamlang and Namdapha tiger reserves. Here we have identified 30 sites, both within and outside the tiger reserves. So 20 sites we have identified in Namdapha and 10 in Kamlang. So Kamlang is a very mountainous and difficult terrain to walk in. So we could have most of the 9 sites outside the Kamlang reserves, and only 1 site was in the inside the park. The sampling duration was November onwards, November 2023 to 2024, and on each occasion, so we've collected the data, and that occasion is called as a cycle. So here we analyze the data on 3 cycles. And very recently, the ATF researchers have documented the first successful breeding nesting report in the core part of Namdapha tiger reserve. Earlier, 2 successful reports were reported by the JSI scientists, but they were not successful simply because of human disturbance. So we followed the hierarchical nested study design, by which what I mean is that we've identified riverine stretch, and we walked for 500 meters, which is considered as a adequate sites to spot the bird, because this is the second largest and tallest birds or the heron in the world. So you can easily spot the bird. Within each 500-meter trail, we have classified 250-meter sub-segments, and we've sampled fishes and also measured a suite of riverine characteristics that are important for both for heron as well as for fish. At each 500-meter elevation, 500-meter stretch, we also measured different sand mining, boulder mining activities, which are also a sort of a disturbance to the bird. On the whole, we've covered 3 cycles. That means 30 sites were sampled 3 times, giving us a 90 pseudo replicates. So this data set was helpful for us to analyze how the distribution of bird and the fish is present in this landscape. So we've quantified fish samplings and riverine characteristics by using the standard protocol. On the other hand, we also assess the local communities, basically 3 ethnic communities that we've assessed in terms of their perception and dependency, local dependency on the fish. So we've carried out household surveys, semi-structured interviews, and key informant surveys by visiting these villages. And Chakma, Lisu, and Miju Mishmi are the 3 communities that we've interviewed. Standard protocol to followed, basically environmental or numerical data was transformed before the analysis. We've run the basic diversity analysis by using INX software, and we explored this analysis by using random effect model to understand how fish diversity, in this case, is influenced by a variety of factors. In last, we also quantified how fish size varies across the different habitats and across the zones. Zones that I mean by basically Namdapha and Kamlang tiger reserves. Over the 2 years of intensive study efforts, what we could report is this 3 occurrences, or the 3 sites of white-bellied heron across these sites, which means the bird is really, really rare. And at the sites where the bird were found, we've also measured the different habitat characteristics and measured the flow. So the stream flow was average 0.53 millimeter per second, we found that bird was largely, found in the run and riffle kind of a habitat. These are the habitats especially present in the headwater streams, which are less disturbed by human disturbance. And what you see is the white-bellied heron feeding on the different species of fish or the different kind of habitats as reported from the Bhutan. Of the three main habitat, riffle and run type of habitat was where we found largest fish, basically it's a prey of heron. So far we've documented 63 species of fish belonging to 7 orders and 12 families across Namdapha and Kamlang. And so Namdapha naturally had a large number of fish diversity as compared to Kamlang, largely because of the sites were originating from the headwaters to the floodplains. And we seems to have accumulated the number of individuals were accumulated in much quicker in Kamlang versus Namdapha. So we explored the random effect models. What we see here on the left-hand side of this is the richness, fish richness graph across elevations. So what we see is that in non-protected area, the richness and elevation was not really significant. In case of protected area, it was significant and negative. And these are the results from the random effects model, and which is conveying the same thing. So basically the protected area is giving a positive and right significant difference. And similarly, we explored this relationship with the abundance data set. And here also we found opposite pattern. So here, the non-protected area, the fish abundance was significant and positive, whereas in protected area sites, where the elevation was not significant and negative. With respect to the body size, we've measured more than 28 species of fishes belonging to 173 individuals, and the size class distribution was quite varied. So across dry and wet seasons, so the most of the individuals were captured ranging from 5 to 35 centimeters. And across the different riverine habitat, riffle and run were naturally giving the variation in the different body size of different species. We've also understood that different fishing gear also resulted different body size classifications, of which so we also have some opportunistic records which were found in the sites, which were basically measured from the fishermen who were fishing. What you can see is the traditional fishing nets such as cast net and drag nets resulted in the slight variation of these fishes. Basically what we have is a small to medium sized fishes which are aptly suited for the heron's diet. And this is again the same graph across the different species, the body size distributions ranging from the small to medium size. And so these are some native endemic fishes that we have, and this is also part of the diet of the heron. Coming to interviewing the 3 ethnic communities, these are really forest dependent, so to speak. Of them, Chakma is one of the dominant fishing community that we have within the park. They are largely dependent on agriculture and farming of lake. In case of Lisu community, which is endemic to this part, found only in the Namdapha. They are not found anywhere else in the Arunachal Pradesh. Their reliance on the resources such as forest and fish is also very important. And Lisu community is also based in Kamlang Tiger Reserve. They are also relatively less abundant. Across these landscapes, we've surveyed 6 villages, and we've interviewed nearly 87 people, and of which household surveys were conducted for 94, and key informant surveys basically identifying local leaders who know the information about these birds and fish. So they would tell us about their dependency. By and large, what we found was, as hypothesized earlier, we thought that fishing could be a major driver that is affecting the fish resources as well as the heron, but that didn't turn out from the household surveys. What was important to note here is the agriculture, animal farming, and horticulture were the dominant occupations than fishing. But nonetheless, all the communities were engaged in fishing activity. And they all somehow tend to fish during the monsoon season, which is starting from May to August. And most of these villages have their own sets of rules to obey. And this is one example that you can see from the Lisu community, which has their own script that they follow, the time period in which they can fish and do certain other activities. And there is a certain amount of fine that they levied on if people fishing excessively. Yeah. So, and with respect to the Mishmi community, they have a very strong bond with the fish. So there are a variety of pujas, customs and cultures are not completed without these fishes. So typically these three fishes are found a very important and strong cultural connection with respect to these communities. So we've, this is the first report on forming the strong baseline data set on prey base of the white-bellied heron in India. Then we've also understood that these communities are really important, not just for the fish resources, but also to, to conserve this heron habitat. We've completed 3 master dissertations, couple of papers are in pipeline, and these are small outcomes that we've sort of completed during this course of study. So on the whole, we know that this bird is really, really critical, and the population that is very tiny are the one. This is the first bird I think that's going to go extinct if you don't initiate any conservation efforts in this soon. It is really important we should initiate systematic and coordinated intensive surveys in this landscape, as this landscape is really tough to walk in, and it is really important for everyone to put their survey efforts in coordinated manner, including the forest department. Yes, so this is an exploratory analysis that resulted. There is an interaction between elevation and zones, and we need to include and explore more data set. If we are trying to sample 2 more occasions, and we will be able to explore more this sooner. Body size, its distribution of fishes vary across the different fishing gears. And yeah, so some of the indiscriminate fishing practices that are prevalent, such as dynamiting and electrofishing, needs to be regulated urgently, especially the outside of the park, and without, of course, harming the local, livelihoods. With that, I would like to acknowledge all these individuals and institutions, and with that, I can conclude my talk. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Udit. So this comes to the last presentation of the session, which is going to be spoken by 2 researchers, Ritesh Vishwagam and Bhaskar Bhandari. Can I invite both of you on the stage, please? So both have masters in wildlife science, and while Ritesh joined the Tiger Project and worked in many places, whereas Bhaskar has joined the Pangolin Project. I think the first part of the presentation will be done by Bhaskar, followed by Ritesh. Over to you, Mr. Bhaskar.
Good morning, everyone. In this presentation, we'll be discussing on the spatial behavior and range exploration of reintroduced Gaur in Sanjay Tiger Reserve. In the past, Gaur population in India have experienced numerous challenges such as habitat degradation, poaching, loss of corridor connectivity. As a result, their population is significantly affected, and with complete disappearance from many protected areas, including Sanjay Tiger Reserve, where the population has extirpated in 1998. To recover this Gaur population, Madhya Pradesh Forest Department and Wildlife Institute of India collaboratively reintroduced 50 individual Gaurs from 2 different source populations within the Madhya Pradesh. Sanjay Tiger Reserve is a mosaic of habitat with highly dense to open forest, grasslands, and human settlements in the core area. Vegetation is sal dominated with almost 70% of sal cover, with bamboo mixed forest and open forest with grassland covers. Terrain is rugged, plain, and undulating, with high elevated plateaus and deep gorges. Gaur is the largest extant bovid and one of the 4 megavarivore species in India. They are social animal, live in a well-structured and multi-hierarchical societies led by a matriarch. Usually, the Gaur herd consists of adult female, subadult female, adult male, and subadult male, yearling, calf, and occasionally a rover bull join the herd. Following the reintroduction and release of the Gaur in Sanjay Tiger Reserve, they showed exploratory behavior based on suitable habitats, resource availability, and to evaluate the potential threat within a new environment prior to their establishment. During the exploratory phase, they interact with other individual Gaurs to form a herd as per their natural herd formation. With this backdrop, we frame our objective for the study to understand the resource and habitat selection and social dynamics of the Gaur during the exploration and establishment phase. Based on the IUCN guidelines, selection of individuals is crucial when you are reintroducing the social animals, because their sociality based on their sociality is increased with the establishment. This is stated by the IUCN. So our concern is, does their social cohesion truly play a significant role in determining their suitability for translocation? To find this, we have monitored the Gaur herds using a ground tracking method, following their VHF signals and their fresh marks. We have identified the Gaur based on their VHF identity, their color-coded neck bands, and through the physical appearance. To analyze this, we have estimated the home range and range exploration using the kernel density estimator and the research selection using the research selection function. And we have integrated the kernel density estimation analysis, resource selection function analysis, individual ID and observation to find the spatial herding behavior with reference to their natal identity. Now we have Ritesh. He will be discussing on the technical part of the this study. Over to you, Ritesh. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhaskar. So the animal initially, following the release, animal initially explore the extensive part of the park, including Bandhavgarh Tiger Reserve, which is directly connected with the functional corridor. And one animal actually went to the Bandhavgarh Tiger Reserve and came back to the Sanjay Tiger Reserve and formed a herd with the mixed herd of Sanjay Tiger Reserve. And then this is the movement trajectories of the animals, which have extensively use of the higher elevation area to the lower elevation areas, random mosaic forested areas, human settlements, agricultural lands, and other different various habitat types during the exploration and the establishment periods. So this is the exploration and establishment by reintroduced Gaur in Bandhavgarh Tiger Reserve. So we are now comparing our study with the Bandhavgarh Tiger Reserve Gaurs, and they have established populations now because the population was reintroduced in 2011. So after 140 days, the Bandhavgarh population showed the establishment, reintroduced population showed establishment, and then stabilized for the further periods. Similarly, in our study, adult female showed extensive movement during the initial days and then established after 100 days. And then a small dispersal has been observed. And then again the adult females showed the establishment. In adult male, the adult male actually doesn't show any establishment so far, but now they are completely dependent on the adult female. They are following the adult female herds. Prime age male, which is rover bulls, they are also following the adult female. They are also dependent on the adult females. And the sub-adult females and the sub-adult males, they are quite showing the small clutch herds and quite established in the Sanjay Tiger Reserve. Again, this is a natural herd structure compared with Bandhavgarh Tiger Reserve and our study. So, Bandhavgarh Tiger Reserve established herd has a fixed proportion of adult female, adult male, sub-adult female, and sub-adult male, which is a proportion of a natural herd. So, our population is achieving the same by having a high number of adult female, similar number of adult male and sub-adult male, and then sub-adult female is quite similar ratio with the Bandhavgarh Tiger Reserve. This is the home range exploration establishment. The female has shown very high home ranges, average home ranges during the exploration phase, and then settled down to 6.27. This is the average home range of all the females. Interestingly, males have a very less exploration phase home ranges, but the settlement home range was high because they tend to search for the established adult female or the herd home range. This is the overall establishment and the exploration home ranges. During the exploration, the home range was high, and the establishment, the home range was low because they are quite familiar with the suitable habitats. So these maps are plot with the predicted suitability of the Gaur, for the Gaur, which we have predicted prior to the reintroduction, and they are quite settled into the predicted suitable habitats now. This is the overall herd, and they are now settled into the high suitable areas to moderately suitable areas. Then we conducted a resource selection pattern analysis for exploration and establishment period. So during the exploration, adult female has shown prefer areas closer to water, agricultural field, low canopy height areas, greater human disturbance areas during the exploration. But in establishment, they have changed their habitat selection pattern and then preferred areas with less agricultural field, closer to water, less rugged terrain, and then dense forest with the mixed and moderately dense forest areas. Similarly, in adult male, we observe the preferred areas closer to water at higher elevation and with greater human disturbance compared to what is available, and areas with the lower canopy height. And then they also preferred, they avoiding human disturbance area compared to what is available and preferred bamboo forest largely. In prime age bulls, we observed in exploration that the animal preferred areas with slightly high elevation and then closer to water, agricultural fields compared to what is available, while the distance of the human disturbance does not show any significant selection. During the establishment period, the prime age bull preferred areas with the high elevation, areas closer to the water, have lower terrain, ruggedness, and are far from agricultural field compared to what is available, and they are also utilizing the high forest area and completely dependent on the adult female home ranges. Similarly in female, and then this was also similar in the sub-adult male. So overall, we are trying to say that during the exploration period, the animals tend to use the random, or when I say random, this means unfamiliar habitat, because they are in a new habitat. But then once they are familiar with the habitat, they tend to use the forested area, avoiding human habitats, agricultural fields, high or difficult terrains, or high elevation areas. So we try to understand the herd formation, how all these factors governs the herd formation in Sanjay Tiger Reserve. So our source population was from Kanha Tiger Reserve, which is from the 8 herds having different natal identities. Similarly, from Satpura Tiger Reserve, from 6 herd having particular nature identities, we translocated them into a enclosure and housed them from 32 to 52 days. And then after release, the animal got dispersed. Few clutches of herds dispersed in a particular natal identity, few got mixed. And then after the formation of herd and establishment period, the herd showed a mixed herd. Even from the natal identity, an animal actually got mixed from Kana Tiger Reserve to Satpura Tiger Reserve. And few individual of Satpura Tiger Reserve was matriarch leading the herd of the Kana Tiger Reserve, and the few animal from Satpura Tiger Reserve was leading the Kana Tiger Reserve animals. So this entire picture is showing that even if we translocate animal from a natal identity of having a strong social bond, the animal will get mixed to form the natural herd structure, because that's what they need. They need all age classes and all age classes, all individuals, all age and sexes within the established herds. So IUCN reintroduction guideline stated that in reintroduction program, is it essential to translocate highly social animal from an established group? This is what we followed in Sanjay. Or does their social cohesion truly play a significant role in determining their suitable habitat for translocation? Whether the animal would form a social groups or not is a very big concern while we translocate social animals. So our finding from this study is, even if we translocated animal from having a social bond from different natal identities, mixed herd form as a behavioral adaptation. Prior to establishment in the new environment, anti-predatory strategies and knowledge transfer is a governing factor to form the herds. Reintroduced animal form mixed herd regardless of natal groups, because the establishment of social structure that meet the ecological need of herds, herd formation is required. So we inference from this study, although IUCN guideline emphasizes that translocation of cohesive group, the study suggests that social structure may be more dynamic and more complex. In terms of our study, that we have showed that even having a natal identity, animal are still avoiding the animals from the same group, same natal groups, and joining, recruiting the other animal from the Satpura and then Kana. They are actually need the animals from to form a natural herds. With this, animal prioritizing group cohesion over natal identities. These findings may require a re-evaluation of IUCN translocation guideline, at least as a species-based or genre-based. Thank you. I'd like to acknowledge following people: Shri Asim Srivastav, Ambade sir, J.S. Chauhan sir, Krishnamurti sir, and Subranjan Sen sahab, and Ramesh sir to initiate and support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we have completed with the presentation. With the permission of the chair, may I call upon all the speakers on the stage for taking the question. May I invite all of you to come on the stage. So the co-chair of the session, Sri Rakesh Jikane ji, will just take up the question, and if there's any clarification, we'll add to it.
So I must congratulate all the presenters. The presentations were excellent. So to begin with, the first question is to Tushna, and it has been asked by Jagdish Krishna Swami. What are the criteria for selection of sites for rewilding GIBs in other states, considering that local regional extinction happened in some of these areas?
So So that's what we are suggesting, is that at least 200 square kilometers of area be targeted in each range state where it was previously found, which can be interspersed with agricultural areas, but it should have enclosures that are predator proof and can have nesting individuals. So that would sustain a population of approximately 40 birds. So we request the forest departments to identify such areas and target restoration of such areas.
Yeah, thank you. That was only one question for you. Then for Shekhar Sarkar, again asked by Mr. Jagdish Krishna Swami. So there are 4 questions to Shekhar Sarkar. I'll let others to get the chance for asking questions. There are 3 more questions and to Shekhar Sarkar, and the other one is asked by Mr. Mohit Kumar Patra. He mentions appreciations for the work and presentation, and his question is, can you please face some of your observations and experiences in terms of post-release survival, monitoring of the augmental cheetahs? Were there any differentiated survival adaptation patterns of the augmented individuals when taken from zoos and wild?
Thank you for the question. So in terms of mortality, the mortality rate was very less, and in terms of any difference that we have observed, it is not any study has been conducted on the released individuals, though initially our plan was to release sambar population, but these cheetah are coming from the semi-captive areas. So hopefully in future we will see is there any how they are adapting and how they are surviving in the landscape. However, the cheetah density is increasing in the microcore, the release site, which is suggesting that their survival is going on. Thank you.
So another question to Shekhar Sarkar. Will you also have some plan to address the issue of devotees visiting the Mahakal temple inside the core area in the month of Shravan? I think this is purely a management issue, but if you have any scientific answer, you can.
Sorry, we can have a discussion personally with this.
So another question is, you mentioned Jayanti village is being relocated. Given the size of the village, the amount of homestays in the region, how successful will this relocation process be when so much livelihood is at stake?
No, Jayanti is under the process. The other 2 villages have been relocated. So the villagers of Jayanti agreed with all the packages and everything. And now the translocation, I mean the relocation just started in Jayanti with all the planning. The new location where they will be relocated, the planning of that is finalized, and now they are ready to go. Within hopefully coming few months, Jayanti will be relocated. And regarding the homestays, so they are also going to be removed from that area. Thank you.
So let me post the question asked by Mr. Jagdish Krishna Swami also to you. He asks, Buxa has sites with older tree plantations, and are these where grasslands are being established? And are these grassland sites being monitored for changes in species composition over time?
So the grasslands have been created recently. The areas which are, I mean, near to the rivers and less effort can be utilized for converting this grassland. These areas have been converted, but the problem is weed. In Buxa, as you know, in the whole northeast landscape, the presence of weed is a crucial challenge for maintaining this grassland. So currently, the preparation of grassland is not only the solution. Maintaining that grassland is very important. So the management is now mainly focused to maintain this grassland. I mean, you can we can have an idea about the movement of animals inside the grassland later once it is, I mean, in full-fledged. Thank you.
Yeah. So thank you so much. Now the other questions are to Mr. Bipin and asked by Mr. Ajit Kumar. So the question is, what could have been different in cheetah reintroduction? Name at least two. Scientific answers.
Thank you for the question, Dr. Ajit. Could have been different. Well, it should have been done 50 years ago to start with. And second is that, the second one is supplementation of animals, which needs to be done on a regular basis. Thank you.
Yeah. So next question to you. In the long term, do you see cheetahs surviving as a self-sustaining species with several smaller populations in India? In addition to habitat restoration, would special delineation and protection of potential cheetah movement corridors, as is the case with tigers, protection of potential cheetah movement corridors be required, as is the case with tigers?
So can I please see the question? Yeah.
This is from Saxena Sahab.
Yes, of course, because most of things what you have said, mentioned here, works by and large, it's true for large carnivores. So I think for self-sustaining, the measures that you have mentioned is the solution for that, one of the solutions for that. Thank you.
So another question by Mr. Jagdish Krishna Swami to you. What is your views on how endangered grassland fauna and their habitat will benefit from the umbrella effect of the cheetah project?
Thank you for the question, Dr. Krishna Swami. First of all, I would rather look at it as a boost for conservation, right? It's about political support, harnessing more resources and a limelight of this project so that there's a trickling effect where there is infrastructure to the protection measures, community inclusion. So these are some of the things that will play a very important role, because these areas have been disregarded for a very long time. So unless we have a catalyst to make sure that some amount of focus is on these areas, I think we'll be singing the same song for the next 50 years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. The last question to you. The name is just mentioned as researcher. Appears to me like a media question. So, but we would like a scientific answer. Reason for renal failure in cheetah at Kuno, and what is the future of cheetah based on present scenario?
Thank you for the question. My understanding, I mean, the veterinarians would be able to answer this, but from our understanding and also as seen in media reports itself, this animal had shown signs of issues with the kidney earlier, but it just came to the fore, unfortunately, after coming here. So otherwise, it had an issue there. And the future based on present scenario, well, the future based on was my entire presentation, because it's about establishing viable meta-populations of cheetah across the country, length and breadth of the country, wherever potential habitats are left. So as a nation, if we are ready to take this endeavor, yes, I see a very bright future. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We can keep on getting questions on cheetah, but we have time limitations, so I won't take further questions on that.
Thank you, sir.
So now I invite Dr. Vidyadhar. The question asked by Abhijit Das. Is there any possibility of occurrence of white-bellied heron in some of the large undisturbed forested streams in Namdapa, such as Burma Nala? Any survey there?
Yes, sir. Recently, The only occurrence of white-bellied heron was found in protected area of Namdapha, which is firm base, and there was an old record of this heron in Barni Nala. So the bird is only distributed where there is a less disturbance, which is of course within the park, and there are some sightings in Kamlang Tiger Reserve as well. So, but we don't know how many individuals are moving across this landscape.
Thank you. Now the next question is asked by S.S. Raseli. Do the local people hunt the white-bellied heron?
So there is a clear documentation that, I mean, through our interviews, that what we got to know is that nobody hunt these birds, but what they told us that they generally worship, some of the riverine birds, which includes these heron. But when we ask whether they know these birds by its feature, they have some differences of opinion, but they generally don't hunt. So the natural population of these birds seems to be very skew, I mean less number rather than direct hunting pressure from the communities. Communities do fish, that's the main thing there.
And the last question for you is from Mr. Ajit Kumar. Can you protect habitat used by the heron based on body size distribution of fishes given the body size of heron?
Yes, that's a good question, sir, but I think we need to intensive surveys to understand where the population of heron is. So current estimates suggest that there are less than 10 individuals that are found in the Namdapha, and where are they actually, it's very difficult to detect. So what our current observations suggest that they are only found inside the protected area. Once we have these coordinated surveys across different habitats, I think, and simultaneously the fish efforts, we would be able to tell you what is the relation like.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
now, questions for Mr. Bhaskar and Mr. Ritesh. And the question is asked by Sashank, is from MSc course. Just curious to know if the individuals on the edge of park, Sanjay Tiger Reserve, were on the edge in their source parks.
No, they are actually using the functional corridor and they are coming back to the Sanjay, which is a predictable habitat. So they are in the park now and they are also using the Guru Ghasidas National Park, which is directly connected with the Sanjay Tiger Reserve. So yes, they are in the forested area and they are safe. Thank you.
So next question is to Ritesh by S.S. Raseli. Do gaurs vocalize? If yes, does it play a role in herd formation?
Yes, they do vocalize, and I don't think this plays any role in herd formation. But yes, in mating, this vocalization play a crucial role. Male vocalization can travel more than 3 kilometers, and it's a very important when it's come to the display or mating period.
So next question to you is by Mr. Madhusudan. You said this a few times, natural herd structure. What is this and how do you tell if a herd structure is natural or not, and why is this relevant or important?
So the natural herd structure means this derived from a various literature. A particular Gaur herd have a fixed ratio of female, which is very large, and a fixed ratio of subadult male, fixed ratio of subadult females, and the fixed ratio of adult males. So this all concise in a natural herd, and while looking into the successful success of the reintroduction program, we need to see if the herd is achieving that natural structure. This is important, because if they achieve this natural structure of having similar ratio of all the literature that we have referred, is quite a success of reintroduction program.
Thank you. And the last question to you is by Mr. Samyak Samantara. Given the fact that gaurs have a well-established family social structure, how were the individuals identified for translocation? Were the entire family darted and relocated to Sanjay, or individuals were randomly relocated from different herds? This is also my question, because we are giving section
So
12
we
permission
have-
from the ministry. So this is also one of my question.
So Bhaskar actually showed a slide which have all age and sex classes of Gaur. So we actually trying to, not trying, we have actually developed individual identification in Gaur. So we are identifying animal with their horn curves, their distance from eyes to the horn tips, and there are also various methods to identify individuals from their appearance. Also, in this reintroduction program, we have deployed color-coded neckband if we are not deploying any VHF and GPS collars, and if we have GPS and VHF collar, we can easily identify the individuals.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. Our last question to Mr. Shekhar Sarkar, asked by our technical assistant from the ministry, Siddharth Singh. So he wants to know, while presenting the GPS coordinates, it was found that the GPS coordinates were so aligned. What was the reasons for such alignment of GPS coordinates?
Sorry.
Can you just...
While you are presenting, the GPS coordinates are so aligned in a line just. Generally, what we found that GPS coordinates are so scattered.
Of the tiger location?
Yeah.
Okay, so actually the tiger moved from Buxa to the Mahananda Wildlife Sanctuary along the foothills. So that is why this is, I mean, if you see the locations are, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, the locations are.
Also, these are not radio collared animals. These were locations obtained on the ground based on pug mark. It is not a continuous record.
But sir, coordinates are so aligned, sir.
We can discuss it separately with him. Yeah.
Thank you. I will come to you.
So I think we have asked all the questions actually, although we said we're limiting it. So thank you so much for making a wonderful presentation and also handling the question. So now I hand over the session to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and congratulations to all the presenters for a wonderful and very, very informative presentations here. And at least I am going wiser today now. I mean, it has been a wonderful experience, and especially the first presentation, the Great Indian Bustard. There was a question also on that, the criteria for identifying the release site. I would imagine there would be many other factors to actually consider, not just the size of the fenced enclosure, but also need to look for the high tension lines and the windmills and the stray dog populations in the area. So and the fences, I think the role of fences is very limited. But then yes, that is there. That is your suggestion. So it's well taken. And cheetah, of course, someday it will certainly establish itself in the larger landscape. Maybe we can't foresee that we'll have the small meta populations here and there, but the animal itself is very, very exploratory in nature. It moves quite a distances. So yeah, whatever the team is doing there, the Madhya Pradesh Forest Department and the Wildlife Institute of India, the veterinarians, they have done a commendable job there, and we are proud of them. Yeah. And that's all that I have to say. Rakesh, if you want to say something, please.
Yes, sir. So I'm amazed, as I mentioned earlier also, the kind of presentations, the quality of presentations, the flow The storytelling in each of the presentation was amazing. And I wanted to say, like, the charismatic species are one thing, but we should also focus on lesser known species. There are many such species which are found in the country. We have more than 1,000 species of wild animals which are listed in Schedule 1 of the Wildlife Protection Act. We were discussing yesterday with the Ladakh Chief Wildlife Warden, and he was telling that 26 species of mammals are found in Ladakh. And there are many endemic species in the country which are restricted to a very small pocket of their habitat. See, another thing is that wildlife does not mean just animals. So, in the legal definition, they include also plants, and there are many endemic plant species also which are found in the wildlife sanctuaries and protected areas. So the research should also focus on very lesser known species. There are many in species like white-bellied, the heron. Such species, hardly 50 are left, and we need to know the status of all such kind of species. There are species like Narcondam hornbill. Some researchers have gone into it. And Bugun leochicula, a very small pocket. There are also very few. Arunachal Chief Wildlife Warden is there. So such species are in a very small place surviving. We need to know their status, what are the factors affecting them. And also plant species like in Kanyakumari we have Bentinkia kondapanna, very small population of palm trees in a very small pocket. Such species are there. Research should also go into tiger reserves, but it should also go into community reserves and conservation reserves, which are the pockets of such endemic species. So I would urge the institute and the researchers present here to also focus on these areas and species, both of plants and animals. Thank you so much.
While Dr. Bivash coming on stage, I'd like to take a moment to thank the chair and the co-chair for conducting the session. In fact, I wish we could have had Jagannaya Sab to speak a presentation. You have given an excellent input from across the country. Thank you, both of you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for chairing the session. May I now invite our Dean, Dr. Ruchi Badrola, to give a token gift to all the three session chair and the two co-chairs. And before we break for tea and poster session, I have one announcement for the diploma officer trainees. Let's assemble at the classroom for the tour briefing. Diploma officer trainees in the sense 45th diploma, I see 44th and other batch. Diploma trainees only 45th diploma batch to assemble in the classroom. I'll give them the tour briefing now. And we'll break now for tea, and this is for 40 minutes. So this includes poster session. So all the research scholars who are presenting their posters, be present at your posters. I also request the evaluators to move at the posters and have a look at them. So we'll assemble at 5 o'clock in the auditorium.
The Gaur translocation we had actually undertaken way back, in, maybe 11 years back.
you.